to our Tuesday, January 18th, 2022, Provo Municipal Council work session meeting. Meetings of the municipal.
Read the time, mention the time.
Oh, the time? All right. The time being 12:16 p.m. Thank you, George. George is definitely we're going to hear a lot from George today. Meetings of the municipal council are now being held in hybrid fashion. That is, members of the public can continue to view council meetings on YouTube and Facebook, or they may attend in person in the council chamber at the Provo City Center. The coronavirus pandemic is not yet over. We encourage everyone who is eligible to get vaccinated. Protect yourselves and others by following the protocol set by the CDC and our state and local health departments. This meeting is being broadcast live on the web on the Provo City Council YouTube channel, where it will also be available for on-demand viewing. I remind participants to mute your microphone when not speaking to minimize the potential for background noises and conversations to be picked up, recorded, and broadcasted for all to hear. In the chambers, we have council members Bill Fillmore, Dave Shipley, myself, Travis Hoban, George Hanley, Catrice McKay. And online we have Rachel Whipple, and can't really see, but I can move that. Okay, I'm guessing
Shannon Ellsworth.
Shannon Ellsworth. Thank you, Shannon. All right. The opening prayer will be provided by Dave Shipley.
Our dear Father in heaven, we thank thee for an opportunity to meet. We thank thee for an opportunity to discuss the city. We thank thee for such great people that we get to live around and work with here. And we ask thy blessings upon us as we discuss, that we can get direction and clarity on what we should do, and be able to recall information and perspective that we've researched coming into this meeting. We thank thee for the good people that serve this city. We ask a blessing upon them to keep them safe, and especially at this time, as so many are struggling with the virus at this point, that we can be safe. And please help us to be smart about how we go about our lives. And we thank thee for these things and ask for these blessings in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Mr. Shipley. Okay. Approval of minutes. It is proposed we approve the following minutes. Do we bring anything up on screen for that? No? November 18th, 2021 Parking Town Hall, November 30th, 2021 Council meeting minutes, December 14th, 2021 work meeting minutes, and January 4th, 2022 work meeting minutes. Are there any objections or requested changes? Okay, it appears not. Seeing no objection, I declare the meeting minutes approved by unanimous consent. Although this is a public meeting, only the presenters and those invited by the council may speak or ask questions. Unless otherwise invited by the chair, please wait to speak until called on by the council chair. Our first item of council business is a presentation on the single audit for fiscal year 2021. We have 15 minutes slated for this, presented by Jeff Miles, auditor at HBME. Jeff, are you ready for us?
I am ready.
All right, glad to have you. Take it away.
Okay, it's good to be back with Provo City today to discuss our compliance reports as well as the federal single audit. On page 1, as they already have, that's our report on the actual statement, or the schedule of expenditures of federal awards. And we have a clean opinion on that schedule. We did not identify any, what they refer to as question costs during the testing of the various grants that we tested this year. So we feel like the city has proper controls over grant compliance, as well as monitoring the expenditures that are being spent. If you don't mind scrolling down to page 6 of the report, you'll find the actual schedule of expenditures of federal awards. The city spent over $19.5 million of grant money during fiscal year 2021, which is quite a bit. I think next fiscal year may even be a little bit higher than that due to continuing airport improvement program grants, as well as ARPA money that the city received during 2021. The grants that we tested this year were the home grant. We were required to kind of test that again due to the finding that was self-reported by the city during fiscal year 2020. And then we also tested the airport improvement program, as well as the COVID-19 awards. That grant was also tested in 2020, but it's been kind of marked as a high-risk grant by the Department of Treasury. So we're required to audit those funds every year unless they fall below a certain dollar amount threshold. So those were the three programs that we tested, and we didn't have any questioned costs during the test work. There was an ongoing review by HUD, the Housing and Urban Development, and that the city's been working with on that. They did identify some costs that they felt the city needed to pay back, but they related more to fiscal years 2016 and prior to that. And so they've kind of given some recommendations to the city to kind of help prevent that from happening going forward. But we didn't identify the same type of things occurring during fiscal year 2021 during our audit. So I just wanted the council to be aware that there's been some back and forth between the community development department and HUD on how to kind of prevent that from happening going forward. If we go down to page 12, this is our report on state compliance. The state auditor's office has us audit various programs each year during the audit, and you'll see the programs that we kind of audited this year. We had the budgetary compliance, the justice court, restricted taxes, enterprise fund transfers, fund balance, the fraud risk assessment, government fees, cash management, tax levy revenue recognition, and impact fees. And during our testing, we did identify one instance of non-compliance. State code requires that all cash receipts be deposited within 3 banking days, and we had one deposit at the Covey Center that wasn't deposited timely. And it was 2021 with kind of some of the COVID restrictions. It just didn't happen within the 3 banking days, and so the city, John Borgett and his department, is kind of revising some cash handling procedures to ensure that doesn't happen again going forward. I think just ongoing training and reminding each of the departments that when we receive cash, the expectation is to deposit it as soon as possible. But there wasn't any loss of money, but unfortunately with compliance, it's just kind of a yes or no checkbox. Did it happen how it was supposed to? And in this instance, it didn't. But we feel that the city still has appropriate controls to mitigate it, that the money wasn't lost, it just wasn't deposited within the state's requirements. So overall, I feel like the city does a good job of maintaining compliance with federal grants and as well as state requirements, and feel that they'll be able to correct the problem with not having a timely deposit. So I guess with that, I'd ask the council if there's any questions regarding our reports on the federal single audit and state compliance.
We've also got John here if there's any questions, but thank you, Jeff, for helping us get back on track on time in true auditor fashion, under budget and under time. I like it.
Yes, doing what we can.
Doesn't appear we have any questions for you, Jeff. So I guess I don't see any hands raised online. So we'll go ahead and say thank you to Jeff for participating, and we'll move on to the next item of business. An appropriation for East Bay Shopping Center participation and reimbursement agreement. There's 10 minutes slotted for this. Keith, there he is. Keith Morey, Assistant Director of Development Services, will present to us. And this is presentation only. This item will be scheduled for the February 1st council meeting.
Yes, so done several of these. This is an agreement that we entered into in 2018.
Hey, Keith, hold on a second. We got word that there's no audio at the pulpit. I'm sorry. Let's try that again, Keith.
Okay, is that better?
Well, let's get a thumbs up from somebody online. Yes. All right. Thank you.
Okay, you bet. So we've done several of these tax reimbursement agreements in the past, and what we've done is we've agreed with developers for certain retail centers that if they made improvements, especially in centers that were struggling, that we would share back any increase of the property tax that was generated as a result of their improvements to help offset those costs. So in 2018, we entered into an agreement with the owners of the East Bay Shopping Center that if they made $2.3 million worth of improvements, that we would share back whatever increase they received for a 10-year period of time to help offset those costs. And so what we do is we establish a baseline based on the portion of sales tax that we get back, and we establish that as the base. And we say anything above that you generate, we'll share back a portion of that to go towards the costs that you've incurred. So this year's allotment for East Bay is $75,734. They've received one other installment. So the total for the 2 years, this one and the last one, is $114,000. The total amount that they're allowed to potentially be reimbursed for is half of their investment. So it's about $1,154,000. Most of the time, the amount of increment that gets generated never gets to a point where they would totally be reimbursed for our portion of their half. But it's just kind of a good faith effort to show that we're invested, that we want to see the projects do well going forward. And I think if you look at kind of the history of the East Bay shopping area and how it struggled in the past, the improvements that they've made have made a big difference. Since then, you've had Planet Fitness locate over there. You've had Starbucks locate over there. There's another fast food shop that's looking to build another out parcel there on the property. So I think the improvements have been successful. And unless you have questions, we'll be coming back to you in a couple of weeks to ask for you to appropriate this money that we've already agreed that we would commit to. So any questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Keith. Okay. Third item, policy item referred from the Planning Commission, and ordinance amending Provo City Code to adopt policies and procedures for the dedication of private streets and utilities. Has citywide application. We've got 15 minutes from Aaron Ardmore, and our planning supervisor. We did hear this once before, and it'll be on tonight's council meeting. So.
Yeah, so unless you have additional questions for me, this was recommended for approval by Planning Commission a couple months back, and we'll just be ready for tonight.
Chair Hoban. Oh. You left me a voicemail message that I didn't get. I don't think I called you back, right? Did you call me about this?
I sent you an email.
Oh, you sent me an email. Okay, so Aaron's probably not the right person to be presenting, and I forgot to, and I didn't get back to him in time to let him know that, because Aaron didn't actually come to our committee meeting when we met as a committee after the last council meeting. So let me give you a brief report on that meeting. And then Gordon Haight is here, and some others that were there if there are questions. In the last council meeting, we reviewed, or 2 council meetings ago, we reviewed this ordinance. There was a question raised. Councillor Fillmore specifically asked us to look at fairness issues regarding to financial obligations on HOAs versus other taxpayers with regard to the kinds of things that might be adopted here by the city as far as utilities and streets. And there was also a question about safety versus aesthetics were the things that I had in my notes. We met last week as a larger group and talked about those things. Gordon and John Borgett did a financial analysis. I think they have some information for you to present. Bottom line was that financial analysis didn't show anything that convinced the committee that anything needed to be changed. And I'll let Mr. Haight talk about why that is and what it showed. And we talked about the safety versus aesthetics thing. In the committee meeting, we didn't come up with any changes that we thought were necessary there. I did send an email back to Councillor Fillmore. So that may be something that we need to talk about some more if he has comments or if other councillors have comments. But at this point in time, the only change that actually came back to the ordinance from the committee was we did, basically unrelated to the questions that were asked in council meeting, we did add a sentence in one of the sections that says that the city won't take over open space or other obligations of the HOA, that it's only to take over, that this ordinance is only designed to take over streets and utilities. So we added that because it was something we felt like was missing because of some things that came up in the meeting, but we didn't make any changes arising out of the previous council meeting. And then we probably need to hear from Mr. Haight before there's questions, but if there's questions unrelated to financial analysis, I'm happy to answer those. Councillor Handley?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just have a question about, and this has been raised by members of the community in Provo that are appealing currently about their particular neighborhood. The concern that they had raised was that if the standard is too strict by saying it must meet current city standards, I'm referring to paragraph 3, street service features and or utilities meet current city standards. The petitioners have received funding to bring them up to current city standards. There's a third condition there that in my conversation with some of the neighbors, I didn't get around to having with them. Their concern had been, if the standard is so high, it sounds like the only neighborhood that's ever going to get accepted is one that's built to spec, right prior to the application and then coming in. So my question is, does the third condition allow, I maybe just would like, and I don't know if this has to happen right now or tonight, but I'd like to understand, especially from an engineering perspective, what does this third phrase mean? Or it is demonstrated that the key objectives of current city standards are already being met by existing conditions. That seems to me to be enough of a qualification that it says the city certainly could allow a neighborhood to come in if they're not meeting current standards, as long as for whatever criteria we're using, the key objectives are being met.
Right. Yes, that's exactly why that was put in there. And we did discuss that in the last council meeting. I raised that when some of the citizens that kind of inspired this process had some concerns. That is intended to allow this CRC executive committee to have the discretion to say, well, the default is you meet standards, right? Because if you don't meet standards, there's theoretically, there's a reason why we have standards, right? So if you don't meet standards, you're not meeting whatever that reason is as a default, but that provision is specifically in there so that committee can say, can look at, well, and remember that there's a step even before this, right? There's a step before this where the discrepancies or the deficiencies are reported by the CRC executive committee to the applicants, and they have the option to either make the change or to actually have the option to come to the council and ask the council to appropriate money to make the change, right? So that step has already happened. So at some point, either before we even get to this point, either the council has already appropriated money to fix the problem or decided that they don't want to appropriate money to fix the problem, or that they don't think there is a problem and has given feedback to the committee. And the committee at that point has the opportunity to look at this particular standard and say, well, the reason why we have standard X is because we want, for example, the reason why we have street width as it is so fire trucks can do a U-turn, right? So, so if the committee can look at that and say, well, the street width isn't met, but there's a turnaround 15 feet past the end of the road, you know, the reason we put that standard in the code isn't a problem here, then they can go ahead and accept it.
Okay, so in your opinion, or in the engineer's opinion, that's, I mean, I understand why the city wants a strict code, but there's enough flexibility there that it wouldn't necessarily be that the answer is always going to be no until and unless somebody has just built it.
Correct.
There could be some argument made for why current conditions on a particular street actually do meet the key objectives without necessarily meeting the standards.
Correct.
So I'm not, okay. So if the standard you're giving as an example, the width of the street is primarily for fire trucks, or at least, I don't know if that was a hypothetical.
I don't know, well, and that is one of the key objectives. I don't know that it's the only one,
but if that's identified as a key objective, but there's another way to meet that objective, then it would be deemed okay.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
But that still allows for the possibility that any neighborhood either appeals to us or decides to fund their own improvements to make it happen.
Right.
To meet the standard.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Great questions, George. I'm going to go to Councilmember Ellsworth, who has her hand up.
Thanks. These are questions, if we don't have time, we can address them tonight, but I'll just put them out there. A citizen approached me about the process that is delineated in the ordinance, and they were, I think, hoping that this would be a decision made by, that when these applications are complete, that the decision would ultimately be made by an elected body and not by administrative staff or a committee. And when I talked to one of the city attorneys, he indicated that maybe this decision was come to because that's what other cities do. Other cities have this as an administrative process. And so I'm just wondering, can this be a legislative process? Should this be a legislative process? My kind of inputs with that citizen was that I hope this is just an objective process. Whoever's managing it, let it be an objective process or a less subjective process. And I'm interested if Brian Jones has any inputs on that.
Yeah. We talked about that a little bit in the committee. I don't know that I don't think we gave super serious consideration to making it a council decision because it doesn't seem like a legislative decision. It's not a lawmaking decision to evaluate these kind of criteria and make that decision. It's not a land use decision per se, because it's not about how the land is used. It's about who's owning it and operating it. You know, whether the council could, that's kind of an age-old separation of powers question, right? About whether a legislative body can actually give itself administrative powers or not. Without digging into that, I guess I would just say that it seems like, and I could be wrong about this, but it seems like the motivation for wanting elected officials to make the decision is so that political pressure can be put on them to make the decision instead of having it be objective. So it's the kind of thing that typically I think would be administrative. The legislative body in this kind of thing, normally what they do is they define the standards so that there are objective standards and criteria. And then the administrative staff follow those objective standards and criteria. And there are appeals built into the system to make sure that those objective standards and criteria are followed.
Okay, that's really helpful because that's part of the conversation I had with the citizen is it could be subject to political whim, whether it's administered by the administration or decided on by the legislative branch. So there's there could be political pressures, but you're saying that there are appeal processes to make sure that it's administered effectively. Can you pretend a citizen or a citizen group applies for this and is rejected? What is the appeal process?
Well, because we're putting this section into Title 15 of the code, they could actually appeal to the Board of Adjustment. Because the Board of Adjustment has appeal authority over all administrative decisions under Title 15. So they could appeal to the Board of Adjustment. The Board of Adjustment would hear the case and make a decision, and then that decision could be appealed to the court.
Oh, okay, that's helpful. Last question or comment. I'm looking at ordinance. There's not a number after it, but it was in the packet. It's the actual ordinance language. I think this is the right one. It was listed under this in the packet, but it goes part 1 is on line 25, and then there's no part 2, and on line 30 there's part 3.
Yep, looks like there's a typo there.
Okay. Just wondering if I missed something. That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Fillmore.
Because what we're doing here in terms of this ordinance lays the groundwork for future HOA approaches, be curious to know how many HOAs we have in the city right now.
I know that was looked up at some point in one of the committee meetings. It was like 3,000 or something like that, wasn't it? Do you remember? I'm looking at Bill because I think it was at least a couple thousand, as I recall.
Kidding. Okay. That's a larger number than I expected to hear.
That largely informed the committee's decision about wanting to figure out the process first, rather than having this be a one-off decision,
Right.
and have a decision that gave the city adequate protection and discretion for future applications.
So obviously each one has to be addressed on its merits, case by case. And in each case, there's going to be a cost benefit analysis in terms of the benefit to the city and the cost involved and how that might be shared. The concern of this particular HOA has to deal with discretion. If discretion is so broad and the criteria is so vague, it creates at least the appearance of unfairness potentially in terms of an arbitrary rejection of a petition. And so they are asking for a little more objectivity in terms of the criteria that the CRC would have to consider.
Mr. Fillmore, might I just ask, when you say that they're asking for that, have you had further contact from them? Because I had an email from Mrs. Hatfield over the Christmas break saying that she and her husband were satisfied with the ordinance as it was written and were supportive of it. So I haven't heard a request for more objectivity since then.
You're anticipating my next statement.
Okay. Okay, sorry.
which is fine. The Hatfields in particular, who have ended up being among the leadership there at the HOA, have had conversations since then with a member of our engineering staff who was very pessimistic about the CRC approving that particular HOA's application. And that's kind of sent off some alarm bells with the HOA members. And that's why they've come back with some proposed language that I think has been sent to members of the council, suggesting another element to the criteria. Now, as a counterpoint to that, Mr. Pepperoni, who would perhaps approach the podium on this item, has indicated that there is a provision already in the city code that should be of some comfort to these folks above and beyond this ordinance. I'd like him to comment on that and then ask you, Brian, if that other provision in the code merits a reference in this ordinance to kind of cushion it somewhat. Mr. Pepperoni?
So first of all, on the comment about the number of HOAs in the city, that doesn't mean all of those HOAs have private infrastructure. In fact, I would bet that more of them have public infrastructure than private.
Which raises another question, by the way, and I wanted to get to that eventually, whether or not in the future we ought to, for any HOA, we ought to prohibit their ownership of public facilities, that is roadways and so on. It doesn't make more sense as a policy matter not to have private entities maintaining private roadways that are nonetheless used by the public. But that's another issue.
Okay. Yeah, in many cases, they simply wanted to have architectural standards beyond our zoning, so they formed an HOA, recorded their documents to be able to do that. On the issue of flexibility within the ordinance, we have discussed a section in Title 15 that allows the engineering division to vary the standard road cross sections in hillside areas in order to minimize cuts and fills and impacts to the environment. And that's been used before around the city. Something like that may be useful in a situation like this where they don't meet today's standard, but a road like they have or something very similar to what they have may be approved today in that same environment. Does that make sense? Okay.
Maybe,
But that call is whether or not that's approved and how that's approved is completely up to engineering. So it's in Title 15, it's engineering's call.
maybe I could just read the proposed language that's different than what we have, than what I just read earlier. Their proposed language, this is from the Hatfields, the street surface features and or utilities were reasonably designed and are in similar condition to city maintained street surface features and or utilities of similar age. So I don't know if that.
And I guess I would just say off the top of my head, and because we looked at that language was actually part of their original proposal that they submitted a couple times before. I don't actually see a big difference between that and the language that says the key objectives of the standards are met. It seems to me like those are essentially saying the same thing.
Which is why we added that language when we did, was to address this issue.
Except it's more specific.
Well, it's more specific, but remember that it's still discretionary. Right.
But the discretion has, implicitly has to be reasonable discretion. It can't just be totally off the charts, arbitrary.
Well, yes, that's true. That's why there is an arbitrary, illegal, and capricious standard, and that is true.
What's reasonably designed? I don't know if that's more specific.
That's probably a question more for the engineers to say if they have some objection to the language. I don't.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always in favor of reasonableness language because it puts a little bit of a floor on the issue.
Although, as you've said, reasonableness is in the decision-making process is inherent in the law, right? Whether it says reasonable or not.
Yeah, but if
the
it's
decisions of the staff have to be reasonable in order not to be illegal.
But it's not an inappropriate reminder to whoever that decision-making body is, that they are held to a reasonable standard as opposed to just whatever they want to do.
You two lawyers could go on all day, I could tell.
I'm done.
I think it's important and would be of some comfort to folks, but.
So Bill, I think just because we're running out of time, what do you want to have brought back to the meeting tonight so that it will help you make your decision tonight?
Before I answer, George, could you read it one more time?
The street surface features and or utilities were reasonably designed and are in similar condition to city maintained street surface features and or utilities of similar age.
I guess and I invite Mr. Haight's comment, but I guess it's actually completely changing the standard, right? Because right now the default is we want you to be up to current standards unless we determine that it's important enough, unless we determine that the key objectives are met, given your current standards. That language completely changes as a standard and says you're not even as a default, you're not expected to meet current standards. You're just expected to have met the standards that existed when your street was built.
Well,
Which could have been 50 years ago.
I mean, there's virtually no HOA is going to meet current standards.
Well, I don't know that that's true because my understanding is that for years and years and years, the city has required private roads to be built to city standards. And it's only the very old HOAs that don't meet city standards
back then, right?
But then the question becomes what's changed in the meantime, which is a case-by-case question.
Yeah.
Maybe I can help with that.
when we looked at it from a staff perspective, I don't think having not having sidewalks or the width of the road were going to be the issues. Things that we're looking at is AASHTO has come in and said, if you have a obstacle next to the road so close that now it becomes a hazard, that has changed over time. But that standard we can't excuse. If we own that road, we're going to have to either go and mark it or barricade it or do something, because that is a standard we have to meet, not necessarily the width of the road, because it still functions as it was intended. If there's another hazard like a ditch or some other obstacle that we would have mitigated over those 60 years to get into shape, that would have to be done. Now, the council could say, we want to put money to it to have those things upgraded, or we're going to have the subdivision fix some of these things. Now, I'm not saying this has those, but reality, those are the standards that we have to meet. The roadway standard, you go through all the cities in the country, they have different widths, different sidewalks, different requirements. Those are a little bit arbitrary, but they meet certain features, because if you put a 6-inch curb and gutter, that all of a sudden, AASHTO says that on a 25-mile road protects you from roadside hazards. And so there's ways you can mitigate it differently than just a curb and gutter, just a sidewalk, and still meet those. So there's certain what I would call safety hazards. If there's a sharp bend that you have a blind corner, or and this doesn't have that, but if you have other kinds of dips that you can't see, they have to be mitigated with signing or striping, that we couldn't just accept the subdivision. We'd immediately have to go in and start expending funds to take care of it. And so I'm not saying those are the things, but the language that he has in there covers what we consider major issues that would have to be addressed, or deficiencies that don't meet what we'd call standards. We have roads that are just like this in Indian Hills without sidewalk. It meets our standards. We're totally happy. We're not signing different. We're not striping. We say it meets our standard. It's functioning. But if there was a ditch, we'd go fix it. We'd put a culvert or do something to protect the public. If there's a fire hydrant too close, we have to move it back or barricade it. We have to do those kinds of things to make sure it meets a standard. I don't know if that helps.
Well, no, everything you said makes sense, Mr.
Okay.
Hayden. I appreciate that. I guess what I would ask is if the mandatory language that this group is asking for causes you any heartburn.
Not being an attorney, but an
Or just from
engineer,
a
more
practical
focused.
implementation standpoint.
I'm just trying to
Well-
explain how we were interpreting it, and so if that
Hold
helps
on.
with the language.
Can I just say, we are running out of time,
Okay.
and I think we're probably going to have this conversation again tonight. So I'm wondering if we can pause this debate a little bit.
It would be nice to hear the city engineer's opinion on the language right now.
Okay.
Well, let me ask Mr. Hay one question, because one of the things that pops into my head as I try to think about that language, which I don't know if we have it, so we could put it on the screen, but I don't know that surface features is a term of art. And so I'm not actually sure what that means when they say that the surface, I don't know if surface features is expansive enough.
What I hear you're saying, and from the group, is their concern is what we now say for the quality of life of transportation has certain things. We put a 6-inch curb and gutter, park strip, that element. I think what we were trying to get at is, what do those elements protect us from a safety, from a standard aspect, as opposed to say, meet this drawing. It's meet the AASHTO and the cities and the states safety requirements. And there are too many to enumerate, but that's the standard. Cities meet that standard with different road cross sections all over the country. So the road cross section isn't doing it. It's all the different ways you can mitigate those issues. And so when we're saying standard, isn't, even though we call this the standard cross section for a subdivision, it's not necessarily the standard we're trying to achieve. And I know we're running out of time, but
I appreciate the fact that your focus is on safety. You know, not
and function, but yeah.
not peripheral issues. Okay, thanks.
And we have to hit those, but
Thank you both. I want to, Councilmember Whipple, did you have a question you wanted to ask? She might have lowered her hand.
Yeah, I know that we're running out of time. I am concerned about putting in something that refers to old standards, because that requires a certain amount of research to establish what the standards were and how they changed over time. it seems like that would add extra burden to either the applicant or the city as they request a change. And so I think the current language with the or, that it meets the needs of the existing standards is sufficient.
Thank you. And Mr. Shipley.
Sorry, we were just going to hear briefly about the financial piece that, I mean, we don't need a lot of detail, but something was said that some research was done. So
Yeah, just real brief. So each year we spend about 75% of our road maintenance funds on what we can call collector roads, arterials. So that no one gets credit for because everybody equally uses those roads. Over the last 3 years, we've spent approximately 25% or about $500,000 what I would classify as local roads or residential roads. With the 75 homes that are in the Quail Valley subdivision, A, B, and C, they represent about $1,100 of that $500,000 that we spent over the last 3 years. And so if you think that through some kind of configuration of inflation and interest, that they gave $1,000 over 60 years, it could be maybe $60,000, but we didn't spend, right now we're spending more than we ever have for road maintenance for local roads. So actually it'd be quite a bit less than that'd be a high ceiling just to give them the most. So in reality, I don't think you make a decision of this magnitude based upon that amount of money. It's just not significant because it's far less than the 60,000 was what they contributed over that 60-year period. I don't know if that helps, or you can consider that a large amount or a little amount, but that's my thought.
Chair, Hoban, can I make one really brief comment? I don't know if it helps at all, but as I was staring at the language up on the screen, it might help if we look at sub A, sub Roman I, and notice that it specifically says that in determining whether the street surface features meet standards, what they're supposed to look at is grade, surface, and width as related to health, safety, and city services, fire code standards, and state and federal standards such as the ADA. That third one has actually been one of our concerns because we have some concern about taking over a road that does not meet ADA standards because it's a private road, but is now required to meet ADA standards because now it's a public road. So I throw that comment out there, but my main point in saying that is that those three subparagraphs spell out what we're talking about when we're talking about meeting city standards, and that they are related to the things that Mr. Haight was talking about a few minutes ago.
So it's fair to assume that fire hazard issues would be primary concern. By that, I mean, if you've got some kind of fire prevention facilities that are perceived as inadequate under current standards, but it poses a considerable danger to other neighborhoods outside the HOA, that would be given some kind of a priority in the CRC's discretionary consideration.
I would assume so.
Right? Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think we probably, you got enough out to kind of express what you're fine. What you'd like to hear more about. And hopefully that helps maybe staff come a little more prepared or others who have participated. Thank you. Start my video. Staff, I've been asked on the screen here to start my video. Later? It says later or start my video. I'm going to say later. Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. We'll hear more about that tonight. Next item of business, a presentation reviewing Provo City General Plan, Part 1 of 3. And we do have an hour for this. We'll see. We'll try to get back on track here, but Hannah will be presenting. Yes. All right. Hannah Salzel, planner. We will, this is a presentation only. So go ahead.
And take off my mask up here. And hopefully mostly input from the council. I'll try to keep my presentation part very, very short. It's really just an outline of our expectations and the structure for the next few work meetings. We have to delve into the general plan. And then the rest of the time will be to hear your thoughts so that we can make those edits and have them ready for the final version at the end of February. Once again, mostly for the public's sake, I'm sure the council has this version, but this is where you can go to find the most updated version of the general plan. We will always keep these links updated. So as we get that new version around the end of the month, we will post it here. Going to departments, community and neighborhood services and planning, since it's a planning document. General plan should be the first one there. The bottom of the page has all of the links to the general plan, appendices, and again, those will be kept updated. Here's the timeline we're anticipating. We've got today, our work session will be going through the introduction of the document through the chapter Growing Together. With the public hearing tonight, the 25th, we'll have conversations with Kafusi that will transition to a Q&A so the public can ask questions of us as planners and get more information. In addition to the public input options they have, if they have questions they want answered, that's the time for that. There is currently an open city hall survey, the second one for the general plan. It closes on January 31st. Would strongly encourage the public to get involved, take a look, comment if there's anything you'd like to add. Then there are 2 more work sessions and public hearings in February going through chapter breakdowns. We would request as staff final edits shortly after the 15th when we meet with you so that we have time to prepare a document for March 1st, which is the anticipated date that you will vote. That is, again, entirely at council's discretion. Just a quick breakdown. Here's about what the chapter breakdown looks like. I expect most of the heavy lifting to be in February. These are some of the larger chapters. February 15th, the appendices are mostly summary. They're not setting any policies, so I don't expect that to take a lot of time, but we'll have a little more time to review anything that we didn't cover in those first 2 days. So don't worry. Also, you can always stop by our desks, email us, call us. We're completely at your disposal. One of the things that I wanted to jump in with to kind of warm up is the vision statement. We got feedback from the council last time that it needed to be reworked a little bit. So Councillor Handley and I met and drafted this new version that's here on the screen. I have gotten 1 or 2 emails, but want council's feedback. Is this what the council was wanting? Are we good to move forward with this version here?
Mr. Chairman.
I just got the screen of death from the computer here, so sorry I was a little distracted. Go ahead, Mr. Fillmore.
You're fine. This isn't a point I really want to dwell on, but I've had a little discussion with Ms. Salsel about this. I really appreciate the thought that went into this vision statement. I think I don't have an objection to it in concept. It's just one element I think is maybe just historically misleading, where it says we celebrate our unique and diverse heritage. There isn't a lot of diversity in Provo historically. I mean, largely speaking, we have European pioneers that came here and they met the Indians, and the Indians are largely gone. I mean, the implication is that we have this considerable diversity here, but most people have moved to Provo, not because of its diversity, but because of its homogeneity. I'm just speaking historically. I think the referencing diversity is more of an aspiration than a historical fact. And again, it's just struck me as a little inaccurate is all. And I'd welcome comments to that.
It looks like Councilmember Whipple raised her hand.
Yes, thank you. I would hate to do anything that indicates that we no longer have Native people still living here. And I think what we should do is work to strengthen their voices and recognition of their heritage in the area. Also, as people are moving into the Provo area, they are bringing with them their diverse heritage and making the city less homogeneous and richer. So I think using unique and diverse acknowledges both that Mormon pioneer past, but the fact that we're changing. If anything, my quibble with the language is I think that we could drop the who wish to call. We'll just say belonging for all who call Provo home. Be more direct about it.
Mr. Hanley.
Yeah, I think we were thinking of those two words, unique and diverse, as covering both aspects of Provo's history. I mean, from my point of view, diverse heritage is embedded in every community. I don't know if there's such a thing as a community that doesn't have diverse heritage, even when it's predominated by a particular cultural group. There needs to be, in fact, even more, I think it becomes even more important for that community to be extra aware of and inclusive of the diversity within it. So I think, our diverse heritage, we have a very large Hispanic population here in Provo, much of which is not Latter-day Saint, for example, Pacific Islander heritage here in Provo, Native American history here in Provo that I think we've neglected in our historical recollections of who we are as a community. I think that's a mistake. We have Spanish colonial history in this valley that we don't always pay enough attention to. So I think there are lots of ways in which that's an important phrase to keep in the vision statement from my perspective. As far as Councilor Whipple's concerns about who wish to call Provo home, I don't feel strongly one way or the other, although I think the phrase wish to call Provo home includes people who are aspiring to come here or aspiring to want to stay here. So I think it captures that feeling of somebody who maybe is a recent graduate of a local university who's from out of state or out of the country who says, I want to stay here and make this my home. So there's an invitation to them to be a part of our community, as well as those who currently do call Provo home. Anyway, so that was the reasoning behind that phrasing.
I appreciate Mr. Hanley's comments and Ms. Whipple's as well. I really don't have an argument so much with the language. It just struck me as a little odd as an historical statement. But you have illustrated, that kind of diversity that's important. But I think that diversity is more recent and historical.
That's actually where I disagree. I mean, if you look back and it just is a matter of temporal scale. If you look at Utah Valley 200 years ago, there are no Latter-day Saints here at all. So our sense of history is actually traditionally very shallow, and it's very genealogically limited in terms of our understanding of this community, because our history in this valley is not possible without Spanish colonial experience. It's not possible without Native American experience, and certainly it's not possible without Mormon settlers. But to say historically that it's not diverse is to miss the deep history. This valley actually has human history that's thousands of years old, but we don't talk at all about that. So I'm sorry. I feel very strongly about that. We actually have a misunderstanding of our own history in that regard.
Fair enough. It just struck me as more aspirational than historical, but again, it's not a point I'm going to debate.
I can't see if anybody else raised their hand right now. Shannon, Ms. Ellsworth, or Mr. Shipley.
Yeah, I'll just make a quick comment on the vision statement. I think vision statements are difficult for more than one person to craft. I honestly, I don't know how you get to the wording that everybody loves, based on getting input like this. So I'm actually I feel really fortunate that we have Mr. Hanley on the council. And I felt really good about this version when I read it. And yeah, I mean, would it be exactly how I would write it or anybody else here would write it? No, I don't think it can be a perfect fit for every single person, but I think it captures something that I think is good and positive, and that's what I was hoping for. And I think it's great. So I appreciate the efforts, and yeah, I don't have a question or a comment other than just to say thank you for those who have worked on it and crafted it, and I feel very comfortable with it.
Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Ellsworth.
I'm just curious, not maybe, I'm sure we've covered this in previous conversations, but how are we going to use the vision statement? What is its utility? I'm not saying it's not important. I'm just curious, what is the applied utility?
We don't have any clear plans for it as far as we're putting it on a banner in our offices or anything like that, but it is just a general guiding policy statement. Much like the rest of the general plan, as we're looking forward, this is, I think, the easiest shorthand reference for the sort of community that the rest of the general plan is working to create a slightly more detailed vision for. And then that will be enacted through more specific policy in the future. Agreed. Yeah.
So Mr. Pepperoni said what?
Oh, that this statement should drive the rest of the plan, and it does. This is sort of the summary of the vision that's expressed in the rest of the general plan.
Okay. Yeah, I guess it just presents some confusion, I think, for people who come after us, because this vision statement was created or tweaked kind of after the general plan was created, and that's okay. I'm not saying we should throw out this process. And at the same time, the opening letter from the mayor identifies 4 pillars that the administration is focused on. And so I just wonder, pretend that we're still using this plan actively in 9 years, and there's just different staff and different elected officials. Are they going to continue to use this vision statement? Are they going to use the 4 pillars? Are they going to, how will things be prioritized? And is this an appropriate metric or rubric or scale to prioritize things against?
I don't want to put too much importance on the vision statement. It is largely a vision statement for the general plan. And even though it was refined afterward, it builds on the same priorities that were identified in past versions that were what drove the general plan. As far as Mayor Kafusi's 4 pillars, additional policy priorities, things like that, those do change over time with administrations and councils, and as staff, we take our direction from you.
Okay, just one last comment, and I agree with Mr. Shipley that design by committee is really painful and usually not successful. I just wonder, is there any consideration, Mr. Handley, for the word or the concept of unity? And this is just a personal reflection, but it seems like there are segments or geographic separations within the city. And it's one of my hopes and aspirations that there would be more collective identification and more unity than partisan or geographic barriers, is what I'm trying to say.
Ms. Ellsworth, I'm wondering if that that was actually our intention with that last sentence, to work together to create a sense of belonging. I don't know if belonging is not the right word, if you're thinking of a sense of unity, but I felt like belonging captured that well enough, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think there's belonging. I think that's valuable. I also think that there's unity across neighborhoods or across cardinal directions.
Another word is a sense of community. Community actually means unity with, so that might be another word that captures both.
And we could add both, a sense of belonging and community, something like that, belonging and unity.
Just a consideration. I'm not saying
change
it immediately.
You better speak up for now or forever hold your peace. All right. Any other comments on the vision statement? If not, we'll let Mrs. Salzo continue.
Right. This is just shifting now to the core of this discussion, which will focus on these 3 chapters that we've outlined. Do you have any big picture concerns with the policy ideas that are expressed here? Was there anything you thought should have been addressed more or was not addressed and should be, or anything that was over addressed, should maybe be toned down or removed? This is completely open to your feedback.
Maybe that takes us to the page that is labeled context, which is a bit more expansive than the vision statement.
Which page?
Context, what page is it? I can't read it.
Context?
21.
You know, is that
There's multiple pages with context.
I see.
Yes.
I suppose, I don't know how much we want to get down into the weeds today at this meeting, but there are some things, we early on when we're emphasizing community values and so on, I thought somewhat conspicuous by their absence was a lack of reference to families, that public safety wasn't necessarily put as a high priority. There is a tone to the document that certainly values environmental considerations, but I just felt like in certain points in time, we need to emphasize that one of our highest objectives is maintaining public safety and also supporting and promoting family life.
The public safety element is in the next paragraph down, fair and equal distribution of services at the end of that first paragraph. Is there, you'd like to add more reference to it?
I'm making a general comment. I'll get some textual suggestions to you later.
Okay.
Rather than get into line by line today.
No, and that's completely fine. I'm just pointing out where it is in there in case that wasn't noticed before. If you think that's sufficient, great. If not, we'll add more.
No, I noticed the reference. I just thought we ought to give it a higher value.
Thank you.
Was that it for your first comment?
Yeah.
All right. Mrs. McKay.
I would like to second Council Fillmore's comment as far as definitely a lack. I noticed the safety. I noticed the lack of family mentioned throughout the document. I'm a big fan of the environment, and I love that we have the environment stuff on there, but it definitely is extremely heavy on it. I did notice on page 11 in the key themes, we talk about another plan, Provo Conservation Resiliency Plan. Mm-hmm. And so I Googled that, and that is a whole other document that's been constructed.
Yes.
A 53-page document that is 100% all about, the conservation and sustainability and all that. Mm-hmm. And a lot of this document is also that. And I just found a real void of economy and small business and families and safety and homeless and mental health and traffic and neighborhoods, and compared to how much we are spending on. And I thought it was interesting, the same focus group did the 53-page document as who did the general plan. So there's a lot of, it's the same people, and it's the same, and there's the same people with the same part of the same interest groups too.
It started as the same plan. That's why it has the same roots and origin, as it was all one plan. But then we realized that this has been such a huge theme for the administration, for members of the council, and came up consistently as one of the public's biggest priorities. So we felt it needed to be addressed more specifically. There are still elements in here, and we're happy to add more about public safety and families, economic development, things like that are ones that we'll talk about in the work session 2 weeks from now. So we can delve into that in more detail in those chapters.
I think we could have had a more diverse group involved in the process. But another interesting thing that concerns me about the 53-page document of the Conservation Resiliency Plan is when I read through the whole document, there's a lot of certifications involved. There's a lot of mandates on construction. And I noticed that we have such a concern of affordable housing, and all the mandates and certifications in there are just going to skyrocket construction prices.
This is focusing on the general plan today. We will bring the Conservation Resiliency Plan to you after it has been through director review, which is the process in now, and the Planning Commission review, likely in April or early May.
Okay.
But if you'd like to talk before then, I'm happy to talk. But
and we already have a sustainability natural resources plan. So I was also wondering how that fits in.
Yes, they have heavily reviewed the document, given their input, and signed off on the version that's online now.
So yeah, I was just wondering if we're keeping both plans still, or if one's replacing the other.
Oh, the sustainability plan is the Conservation Resiliency Plan. We just shifted the name to give it a more accurate title of what it's representing.
Have two committees then? Because it says that they wanted, like,
there is currently a Sustainability and Natural Resource Committee, has been very active for a
I know
while,
that.
and there's an Employee Sustainability Committee.
Okay, so are we looking to add also a Conservation Resiliency Committee too, or is that?
No,
okay,
not at this point.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I guess, George, Mr. Hanley, go ahead.
Just a couple of housekeeping things. On page 9 of the introduction, you have the old vision statement there.
Yes, because we wrote the new vision statement after this version was written.
And then on page 10, I still, or wait a minute, is that page 11? I would still like to change our commitment. Well, actually, it's the phrasing is used right at the beginning on page 7, the introduction. Our commitment, we are stewards to one another in all that we do.
Yes.
I've been trying to rewrite that for 6 months, and somehow it keeps getting lost in because grammatically that doesn't work. So I was suggesting we embrace stewardship of one another in all that we do. Something that, I don't know if that's exactly what we're trying to get at, but that phrase doesn't make sense to me.
Yes, and
both page 7 and page 11, you'll see our commitment. We are stewards to one another and in all we do. So my suggestion was we embrace stewardship of one another in all that we do.
Yeah. Just a note, this version here does not include updates from the last work session when we came to you and got some broad feedback. We simply, it is very taxing for the consultants to republish drafts with minor edits. So we tend to build up an accumulation of edits and make bigger changes.
There's also on section 2, a welcoming community, page 19 and 20. There's a top 3 public services strategies. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
And the third one is best practices in water use reduction and reuse, which I like, but I don't know why it's in the welcoming community section. Seems like an odd place to put it, but it's kind of jumped out like, wait, why are we talking about water use in a chapter on developing a welcoming community?
This is also where we discuss public facilities and public services that the city provides. And water is a huge part of the public services that Provo provides. So that's why that's in here. But if you think that belongs somewhere else, we can talk about that.
Okay. I think that was all I had.
Thank you. Ms. Ellsworth, go ahead.
Thanks. It probably would be good to bring the whole council up to speed on the process, Ms. Salzel, because there was just a lot of thought that went into this initially, into who was going to be on the stakeholder committee or the steering committee, and the citizen input and how these themes developed, right? It wasn't just staff picking them out of a hat or counselors picking them out of a hat. It very much came from citizen engagement. So I think going back and explaining those processes and probably reminding us of those processes multiple times and reminding the public of those processes so that people can see that this has been a very long and very thorough process would be helpful.
Okay.
And
I have an sorry, I'll let you finish. Sorry, I thought you were.
Sorry. No, I just have a handful of comments and then I'll let you organize them and respond afterwards. But and then another comment I had is I like the shape of this general plan because it's not trying to be everything to everyone, and it can't be everything to everyone. And it's not, the intent of a general plan is not to answer every community issue or to address every community issue or to be a performance-based document for every city department. Like, we can address libraries in here, but at the end of the day, this is a general plan is meant to be about the built and natural environment.
Yes.
It's supposed to guide the built and natural environment. And so there's fantastic things we could write about our police chief and our fire department and all these things, but this just probably isn't the venue or the document for that. So I just wanted to put that out there because I do have a fair amount of professional experience there. And then I have some questions that I can't remember how the word equity was eliminated from this. And I'm trying to remember, was there 4 votes on the council? Was there kind of 4 head nods in an email? What remind me how that happened and why that happened?
There was a lot of behind the scenes discussion and input from the council administration, and the direction we got as staff, not from any council vote or anything like that official. The direction we got from city leadership was that it should be removed. There is one error where it does appear on this page simply due to a typo oversight. We'll replace that.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know if I agree with that. And so I think that's worth having a council discussion about, especially if it was prominent in citizen feedback. So I think that's something else we should consider. One thing, and I hope I'm proven wrong on this, is I don't see kind of an aggregation or consolidation of housing policies. And per state code, this plan has to address land use, housing, transportation, and general public facilities. So am I wrong? Is there?
There is an entire section an entire chapter on public housing called Livable Provo on page 41. That's one that we'll discuss in the next work meeting, but it is in here. And Appendix B or Appendix A is also the modern income housing data required by the state.
Okay, so we're calling Livable Provo section the housing section. Like if the legislature knocks and says, turn in your general plan chapter on housing, we're going to give them section 5.
Yes, but it included other elements that work toward livability beyond exclusively housing. So we went for a slightly broader title, but this is essentially the housing chapter. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad that I was wrong in my assumptions. And then I have many questions. I apologize. If the legislature passes a bill this session or next session or an interim, I don't know when, that says, hey, every general plan now must include a chapter on water or a section on water, how or where will that be integrated?
We would write up our water policies and it would go through the amendment process with the council to add a chapter on water.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll have more questions and comments later, but I can email those in.
Okay.
Usually we try to let everybody comment at least once. Was there any, I think everybody has commented who want to. Okay, I'll say a few thoughts. So big picture, first of all, thank you for all the work you're doing. You're kind of getting,
Thank you.
a lot thrown at you and appreciate that. I actually liked a lot of the content that was written in the more detailed text. I think probably, and I think it's kind of been echoed here, but when I think about the key themes, to me, they should be a little bit more broader strokes. And we kind of have some very specifics in those key themes like ADUs, and we even mentioned things like bicycles. And I understand that we're talking about transit and such, but to me, it seems like maybe they should be a little bit less prescriptive. kind of like I'm chubby. So if I want to lose weight, maybe I set a goal of like, I'm going to get healthy. And that's kind of that's maybe like the vision statement. And then I have, maybe something a little more specific, like I'm going to eat healthy and exercise.
Mm-hmm.
And then even more specific, be like, I'm going to run a mile and do 50 push-ups and not eat any sugar. And I feel like we're kind of getting in here. We're getting maybe a little bit too like.
These are actually the goals. If you look, for example, in a welcoming community on page 24, where the goals are, you'll note that 1 in the key themes is goal number 1 and 2 in the key themes is goal number 2. So that's where those are starting to get more specific. So if we wanted to change that language, the place to do it is not so much in that key themes page, although we could do that. It's in this goal page, or we could disconnect the two if you don't think those goals belong on that page.
Well, I was just thinking the key themes should be more themes rather than strategies, and I don't know. It just seemed like some of them were a little specific. But I guess maybe contrasting it with, I felt like some things also were missing that resonated with me.
Yeah.
And so not that anything in these key themes was like bad, the emphasis on environmental issues, I appreciate that we had Mr. Hanley on, has been involved with this because he's been able to kind of bring that emphasis to it. But I think there were some things, like I think about the environmental initiatives or housing or transit, and then there seemed to be a lack of emphasis maybe on economic prosperity. It's only mentioned in these. So in the key themes, there's like 25 bullet points that go under those key themes, which I guess are goals. But, economics is only mentioned 2 times in those 25. And I feel like, how are we going to pay for these environmental initiatives and the transit? And, I don't know, I just felt like there should be more of an emphasis on economic prosperity, above and beyond just, hey, let's make sure the airport thrives. There should have been more emphasis there. I also look at things like some of the values that I think really have made Provo so awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Like a highly educated workforce and communities, and but education isn't mentioned at all, or that's not really mentioned at all in these key themes. So I think there's something missing there. So I guess I can send you some notes, Hannah, and share my thoughts with you. But I just think there's a little bit of imbalance. And again, not that any of the environmental aspects or themes or housing or transit, aren't important, but just maybe a little more balance with some of the other things that I kind of feel like might not be in there that resonate, I think, with a lot of people in Provo.
Yeah.
So I'll send you some notes on that. And let me see what else might be important to bring up. There was one thing that somebody sent me an email about that I thought made sense, either from a perception or optics standpoint, but the page 12, housing across the whole of Provo. It's kind of like, I think I understand what the intent is, like, but people might misunderstand kind of what we mean by that, because I do think a lot of people want to preserve some of the agricultural space, which, by the way, is another thing that's not really mentioned in these first few sections. Preserving some agricultural space. Now, I do know it does mention preservation of green space, which includes parks, and it does say agricultural space. So maybe it's later in the document. I've only gotten through certain sections here because I'm trying to read in a lot, in great detail. But maybe something regarding preservation of agricultural space. I think that's just important to my district in particular. So it's kind of top of mind for me.
That is addressed in text, but not so much in these key themes. So if you'd like it pulled out, that's something.
Well, no, it's fine. If it's fine if it's in text. I didn't see it much in the text that I had read so far, but I'll take another look, or maybe I'll shoot you a note and say, show me where it's at.
Yeah, totally. Fine. We're happy to talk
But
outside of these
getting
meetings.
getting back to where I was, housing across the whole Provo, I think might be perceived in the wrong way by the public, and kind of sounds a little bit like, we're gonna
I get what you're
pave
saying.
paradise and
Yeah.
put up a parking lot. I think those were some main things. I think
Where's your agriculture right there? Number 2.
right. So no, thank you. And I think what I was looking for was maybe a little bit more of like pulling something out later in the text and talking a little bit about that. But again, I don't know if maybe it is, but that's kind of about all the talk it got. As far as so far what I've read is just kind of a cursory mention. So Mr. Hanley was pointing out that bullet point 2 under stewardship of the outdoors does mention agricultural lands. And I think I was just looking for something a little bit more to talk about that, but I'll search through the documents and search for agriculture and see what pulls up. The other kind of big picture thing was I didn't feel so I get a little concerned, and I'm glad to see that there's an open city hall survey, because I think it seems like we get to the end, and a lot of times that's when we get feedback from the public, right? It's not early on. And I know that this was an inclusive process. Try to get people involved, but people just frankly don't get involved until we're ready to vote on something a lot of times. So, but I think that was a little bit of a concern I had around, how representative really were the survey results and those that participated. And, so I'm glad to see that there's maybe a process that we're going through now to try to engage people more actively and such. So
Agreed. And where it did skew towards certain demographic groups or regions of the city, we tried to be really transparent about that in Appendix B, where we talk about the community input.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's most of the kind of high level stuff, and I'll have other edits and such maybe to send you offline. But again, thank you. All right.
Chair Hogan.
Mr. Jones.
If I could make just a brief comment. I think it may be useful to think about a little bit about the process here. And I'm listening and thinking about the challenge of writing to satisfy 7 people, right? Who don't necessarily have the same ideas. And I'm also thinking about the question that Councilor Ellsworth asked a few minutes ago about why one of the changes was made and whether it's really reflective of the entire council making it and stuff. And so I just wanted to make this comment that I think we're at a stage where what I hear happening is each councilor is giving individual feedback about their thoughts, which is great and I think useful for staff to have. But the normal process here would be staff's task at this point is to go back and have their internal conversation about your feedback. And it's really kind of staff's task, as I see it, to say, yeah, we agree with that, or yeah, or no, we don't agree with that, and only make the changes that they actually agree with. Because all that's being presented to them is a series of individual feedback. So adding on to that, I guess I would say if there is something that an individual counselor feels like they want to be reflected in the document, whether staff agrees with it or not, then the way to make that happen is for that counselor to make a motion to that effect and have the council as a body to indicate whether they agree with that portion of the feedback or not. Because I think anyway, just as I'm listening, I think staff needs some guidance about what is reflective of individual philosophies and personalities, and is something for them to consider in preparing a document that they consider to be the final document, and what is the will of the council about changing the final document. So
we'll do as much as we can, but the clearer the feedback and the direction we're given, the closer our results will be to your vision. Yes.
So, Mr. Jones, so let me share my perspective maybe in that context, and you can guide me. So I like the 6 themes at the top: a welcoming community, stewardship of the outdoors. I even like the commitments, a resilient and vibrant economy that supports good jobs. But then I actually like most of the more detailed text that comes later in the documents to explain those things. Where I have concerns is pulling into these numbered, I'll call them bullet points almost, but these goals below, pulling a few more things into it that would maybe give it a little more balance. Like, so I would make a motion then to say, like, under livable Provo, I would like something that talks more about what our goals are as economic prosperity goals are, or is that what you're saying I need to do, or another council member needs to do?
Yeah, I mean, that is the kind of
like
thing.
that specific.
Sure. Hannah, is that a level of specificity that helps you?
I think why I'm struggling with that is I kind of don't want to say like the document needs to be written this way. I'm just kind of saying like, I want more of this pulled into this theme. And then I don't know. So struggling a little bit. Right. Well, that's the difficulty, right, of trying to do this. But yeah, I think that's what I was trying to say, is that if you've got if there's something about the document that's not satisfactory to you, and it's not going to be satisfactory unless it needs to be changed, staff really needs to know whether the whole council or a majority of the council feels that way or not. I did see a comment from someone that said, well, the goals are explained more on subsequent pages. And I just kind of feel like this part of the document is going to get much more attention than, say, the rest of and so these themes kind of set the tone, so that's why I want some things pulled into the theme specifically, as opposed to, but I'm just one voice. So, I'm just saying that's where I'm kind of struggling, is not wanting to tell them how to write it, but wanting some content put. So I'll stop here, but.
Would you go to page 67 or 68 in the document, looking at that implementation matrix, just so like you can see where these goals go? If you were to add more of these goals, we would add another, like this, strive for fair distribution of public services. And we would add sub goals beneath that with departments that were responsible, notes, short-term action strategies, things like that. Adding to the goals in the key themes adds to the goals that are in the chapter, which are these same goals in the implementation matrix, just so you can see how those are interconnected. We've really tried to keep cohesion through the document and provide summaries at the more visible points, like you just pointed out, Councillor Hoban. So just so you have the full context, if this is what you're going to request, we're happy to do it.
Mr. Fillmore.
I appreciate what Saltel has said. It's the structure overall is good. I mean, the way it's organized. But I concur with the chairman's comment that it does get fairly prescriptive for a general plan. And I'm not sure that's what the public or other members of the council may perceive as the purpose of a general plan. For example, it looks like the bicycle enthusiasts were sitting at the table on every other page. I mean, the disproportionate emphasis on bicycles as opposed to other things we've been talking about. One of the key things that's really missing is a longer, more emphatic discussion about economic development and supporting the business community. And so it just seems a little disproportionate in some ways. And Mr. Jones has put his finger on the problem. This is a beast of a document, right? We're not talking about a 2-page ordinance here. This is a beast and has a lot of long-term implications. And I despair a little bit in terms of how we do go about a consensual editing process with such a thing. I'm sure that's one of the reasons why we only do this every 10 or 15 years.
Sorry, I thought you were done.
But all of us are going to get comments to you.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think you can take a vote on every one of our comments, is my point. And I guess we'll see how this plays out, but it's going to be a challenging process from here. Most of us on the council have not been involved in the drafting of this at all.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, some members of the council, I think, have been more involved and given more input and sought to make their views heard over the past several months. But most of us have not. And so now here we are with, if you count all the appendices, how many page documents,
yes. Hannah? I'm not even sure with all of the appendices.
Yeah.
In the mid-hundreds.
So I want to be,
low hundreds.
I want to be collaborative, and I really do appreciate most all of this work. I mean, it's a huge effort, and I think you've addressed it very professionally. I'm just a little anxious about how we go about a consensual editing process.
I understand. And 2 points to that. It might help assuage some of the council's concerns to know that this has been taken to a full meeting of the directors of all the different departments. We got together in one room, went through it page by page with them, and then met with some of them individually later to refine this. So everything in here has been signed off by the directors. Transportation and Dave Decker in Public Works has approved of the discussion on bicycles versus other modes of transit and the balance that we have there and how we talk about it, for example. So you don't have to be the full expert on all of these. You can trust city staff to a degree to have done some of the vetting for you.
I agree. Unfortunately, the buck stops with us.
It does. And this version is the one that was published and emailed to you back in November. Feel free to read it, read ahead, email me. I'll try to keep us on topic for these 3 work sessions as we're going through, simply for our sanity, for the number of pages we're working on in any given week. But offline, read ahead, read it twice, email us, call us. We're happy to discuss these themes with you as much as you'd like and answer whatever questions we can.
Thank you. And that, of course, is very helpful that departments have gone through it thoroughly.
Mr. Hanley?
Yeah, I just wanted to remind everybody that we're supposed to be speaking about the first 3 sections. Livable Provo, which is section 5, has quite a bit about the economy. So I'm actually not sure what's lacking there. There's goals and strategies for a variety of different things that matter to us in terms of the economy, just as an example of what I'm hearing. So I understood we were focusing on 1 through 3, which is stewardship of the outdoors, welcoming community, and growing together. Anyway, I don't know if I'm trying to say something for staff's sake that you are feeling a little shy to say, but that was our assignment, is to focus on those first 3. And we have to do this in chunks because of, I think it's wise that we're doing it in pieces rather than trying to do all of it kind of globally. So I don't know if maybe I'm just reading it differently than others, but I saw plenty about the economy in here, and I thought it was very well done. I really like actually the way that it's laid out very carefully, and that the implementation strategies are spelled out very clearly. That might be one area where if people have concerns about different priorities, they just make sure that those strategies are clearly laid out, and that the language is suitable to describe what it is we're after. But as far as I'm concerned, I don't want to dramatically restructure any of this at this point. I'm pretty content to know that staff have looked at this very carefully. The department heads have looked at this very carefully. They understand what their priorities are. It's their job to care. Keith Morey has to care about the economic development more than anybody. So if he feels like this is adequate, then I'm going to feel much more reassured, and so on. So anyway, I'm just afraid we're pulling out a little too broadly here and not getting into the specifics of what we need to be tackling.
Mr. Shipley?
Yeah, if I could just make a quick comment. So on page 21, which I think is part of the sections that we're looking at today, welcoming community, the fair and equal distribution of services, to Shannon's point, or to Ms. Ellsworth's point, I think that was probably an equity section, at one point, had the word equity probably throughout it, and now it doesn't.
Yes.
So we say fair and equal distribution, and then within the paragraph, we talk about what equity is, right? Which is trying to give better access to folks who don't have access, to a service, which could be interpreted as not equal, but really is more about the idea of equity. So I don't know if that's us trying to put equal and fair somewhere where it really doesn't, yes, of course we want that, but we also want equity, I think. And so that's a challenging thing, I think, now that we're changing wording, even though that was the the point, I guess. So I guess my comment is, I don't mind that we took equity out, but I think it might be important to go back through now and just make sure that when we are talking about the principle of equity, but trying to leave that word out, that it does fit a heading like that, which I don't know that in that particular paragraph it does, but I could be persuaded. I'm going crazy because I'm not an English guy and I'm from Idaho, so I don't know grammar at all, but such as police and fire services just doesn't sound right to me, but I might be, maybe that's exactly how it should read.
It is technically correct, but honestly, English is as much about stylistic preference as it is about being technically correct. So if there's a minor stylistic changes
right,
like that, that's the sort of thing. Feel free to email me and we'll change it.
If it's right, I'm from Idaho. It just sounds weird, but yeah, I just keep looking at that. I'm like, fire services. I never hear it that way when I'm in conversation, but maybe that's how it should be
We
written.
also took off the S, so it's now such as police and fire services.
That's
I
exactly how
realize
it
says fires
should sound to
there.
me. Yeah.
My version already has that crossed
Okay.
out, so I'm with you.
I'm not going crazy then.
No, that was a good catch.
So the real point that I was going to make about page 21 is that there's a whole paragraph about the west side, and I wasn't on this. I didn't steer anything, and I'm really happy to see that we talk about an unrepresented group or underrepresented group in Provo being the whole contingency of the west side, not having access, not having transportation, not having a lot of different things. And I feel really good about that being part of this document, because I think it just puts front of mind, something that should be a priority for all of us. So anyway, just to maybe I'm more happy than most of us with this document because of that paragraph, but I feel very good about that.
We certainly don't want to cast a general aspersion on all people from Idaho, right?
Of course not.
And I thought
And
you were.
and now that it's been corrected, I rescind all that. I take all that back. I
thought
do
you were
know
talking-
grammar.
I thought you were talking
Idaho
about the
is
such
part
as
of our
part.
diverse heritage here in Provo that we.
On
I
the
thought you were
council,
talking
yeah.
about the such as part, and I was like, no, such as is pretty right, but we can change it. But no, then I realized like, oh, fire services. That's why I wasn't even thinking I'd already flagged that. Like, no, this can't go.
Thank you. I kept reading that going, what am I, doesn't sound right.
Mrs. Whipple.
Yes, so I'm glad that you brought us to this page with the context and the vulnerable and underserved populations. I would like it to be clear that students in the West Side are not our only vulnerable and underserved populations. We certainly in the central part of Provo, where I live, we have Title I schools and everything. So if we could just say that these two groups are among our vulnerable populations, I think that would be helpful. I don't know that we necessarily need to list all of our vulnerable populations, but I don't want this to look like an exclusive list.
Yes, and that is a good introduction sentence we can put to give some context to the rest of this. I should also note that there is a paragraph on aging adults and their specific needs being addressed in planning that will go into the next version of this document.
Can I insert a comment here?
Okay, good.
Is that all, Mrs. Whipple?
For the moment, thank you. Although I will say I was one of the people in these focus groups, so I've worked with this document for a long time, and I feel better about it than some of you do.
Thank you. Miss Ellsworth.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of reiterate what Councilor Whipple said. I appreciate that Mr. Shipley feels well represented in this part of the document. But I know that people who live south of Center Street often feel underrepresented, and that there is a higher concentration of Title I schools, free and reduced school lunch percentages, of multifamily housing, of environmentally impacted areas. I mean, there's a lot of overlapping issues south of Center Street, and people in this part of town would definitely say that they feel underrepresented. And so I hope that there's a better or more inclusive way to capture some of those concerns.
we can do that.
Mrs. McKay.
On page 9, what is it, 11 and 12, I do think this is a great overarching thing of the whole, and I like most all of it. One comment the chair Hoban did mention one thing that I got a lot of emails on, and it was under livable Provo number 2, strive to increase the number of housing units across the whole of Provo. Like I drove with Shannon through Slate Canyon and areas where there's definitely not an area to grow a bunch of more homes there and parking issues and everything. There's parts of Joaquin. I think it's there's a lot of people that, they want the open space. I got so many positive comments about the Leroy, that open space farming thing that we're working on. And that's a big deal to people in Provo. They want open space. They want their neighborhoods. We have parking issues. So I think it's an odd comment to put, strive to increase the number of housing units across the whole of Provo.
I agree. That's probably misphrased.
So if
if
that's our goal, I think that's one that we can easily take out.
I think it probably meant something else, but go ahead.
This is Allison. I work for Design Workshop. We help to write the plan, and I thought it might be helpful to provide a little more context about this because a lot of this is in the appendix on the moderate income housing. So one of the biggest challenges that we discovered data-wise in Provo was not, when it comes to housing, is a limited supply. So there just simply aren't enough homes across the spectrum, from more affordable types of homes to middle priced homes, all the way up to, kind of luxury homes. Across the spectrum, there just isn't enough supply of housing. And so that is what this was intended to address. It's tied to economic issues because in order to continue to attract a broad range of companies and organizations and different people to live and work in Provo, housing needs to be available. And so that is what this goal was intended to start to recognize, is that there needs to be a broad spectrum and a significant increase to the total number of housing units throughout the whole community.
I agree. And maybe we can rephrase it as something like strive to increase the number of housing units of all types across Provo as appropriate. Something like that to be a little bit more targeted.
To a balance of quality of life or something. Like there has to be a balance, right? We shouldn't be we still have an obligation to the residents that live here as opposed to worrying, there has to be a balance there, quality of life.
We'll workshop some of that along with some of the other changes, and staff and I can send you a summary of the changes we do make based on today so that we're ready to jump into the next meetings.
Yeah, just to quickly add to that, number 4 says facilitate development where appropriate. So, it seems like number 2 just lacks some of that qualifying language.
I think we can add that.
And I think all you need to do is say that we're talking about identifying ways, identify ways to increase housing units throughout the city in appropriate and measured ways or something like that, so that this is a difficult balance. We don't want to build high rises everywhere because that's not appropriate. On the other hand, we don't want whole sections of the city saying, let somebody else take care of the housing problem. We're just fine. So we need buy-in from different parts of the city, but we also have guidelines about where we would want housing to go and what kinds of housing. So anyway, I think we're all saying more or less the same thing at this point, but that clearly the number 2 just doesn't adequately describe that kind of nuance.
We'll refine the language and send something back to you.
Sorry, Ms. Salzel. 1 second. I just want to say, so to kind of respond to what Mr. Hanley was saying. So I've only read the 3 sections. I'm not an overachiever. And so I just want to clarify, I was specifically talking about just like in here. So for example, livable Provo. So I love the content that's in livable Provo, and some of it talks about, and then there is more down the line about economic development. But I'm thinking, we get so prescriptive in, say, connected and safe to say like reduce the impact of single, what is it? It's hard to see, sorry. Well, the point I was going to make is that we get, so coordinate with the conservation and resiliency plan to reduce environmental impacts of single occupancy vehicle trips. So we have that in connected and safe, but then, for me, I think a part that would resonate with me with connected and safe would be something about support, attract, and retain, police and fire, personnel, quality, police, fire. Like, to me, that would be something that would be part of connected and safe, yet it's not really there. And then under livable Provo, we talk about employ innovative approaches to promote local business to create community. And then we talk about the airport, but it's almost like those are the only two places in all of these 25 bullet points where we actually talk about economic prosperity or development or, that sort of thing. There's just not enough there for me to say, like, I feel like this is balanced and, thorough. Again, I don't want to say anything in here isn't relevant or important. But I think, I don't know, it just feels heavy on some of the, transit and environmental and stuff, and not on, doesn't have enough content in some of the other places. Now, I know that content comes later. I'm just saying pull some of that up here so that this feels a little more balanced.
We can do that.
And
yeah, we can.
Yeah, and I can make a motion. I could say, make a motion about doing that, but
I think in this
you
case,
kinda
I've
get
heard
it.
enough people say, I agree, that gives me a good sense. And we'll
Yeah,
work on adding a goal for attracting and retaining qualified public safety staff. We'll find a place for that, and more about economic development pulled out in the goals, not just discussed in the context.
I
of
mean,
the
you got
chapter.
great content, and you just put some of that in there so it feels a little bit more like representative of, just overall of the themes.
That's very doable.
Thank you. Miss Ellsworth, you're up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had my hand up from last time.
Okay.
I don't.
So just given the time, we're probably coming to the end of the time we have for this, unless there's any final urgent comments. Okay.
I just suggest we all take Mrs. Salzhol's invitation seriously and send her comments with respect to specificity.
And Hannah, should we be sending you emails that we get from constituents then to help?
It's not required by any means, but I do find them very helpful, and we have incorporated some of their feedback as we've been going as well. So we are getting those from a few different counselors and administration, and we do read all of them and change where we can. So yeah, I'd love them. Okay.
Well, I think you're off the hot seat.
Thanks.
Thank
Next
you,
time we'll
and
talk
thanks to
about,
Mr. Hanley for everything they've done for this plan so far.
Yes,
And
and
thank you all for
Melissa
your
too has been part of this. She's been taking notes the whole time. Feel free to email or CC her. Next time we'll discuss more about housing, economic development, mobility, and Provo's role as a regional leader, just to prep for next time.
Okay.
I'll see you then.
Thank you. Do we have the BYU MPA students here? Or are they presenting online?
I'm getting a thumbs up from Malia.
Oh, okay. No break, sorry. I'm sure we have a break in here somewhere. Okay, right after this. Hang in there, folks. A presentation regarding a pedestrian safety study in Provo conducted by BYU students. This is just a presentation.
Yeah, this is just a presentation, and this is a different presentation on a similar subject from tonight's meeting.
Okay, we will let those presenters go ahead and present. Again, I'm not sure if they're online.
We are here.
All right, take it away.
Great,
You've got you slated for about 20 minutes. And so definitely don't go longer. And if you go less, we won't be upset.
We might be less.
Thank you, Hiram.
Okay, I think we should be good for sound now. Sorry about that. We might be less, so we might be your best friends today. We'll try and do our part. But we're excited to present to you today our research regarding protecting Provo pedestrians or pedestrian safety. This is not allowing me to advance slides. There we go. So according to the National Governors Highway Safety Association, pedestrian traffic deaths have increased by 46% in the United States over the last 10 years, which is quite a staggering statistic considering that total traffic deaths in the same period of time only increased by 5%. In fact, a pedestrian was killed every 85 minutes in 2019. So clearly, pedestrian safety is a concerning national trend and a national issue. And so our team asked ourselves the question, is this an issue in Provo City? How is Provo faring in regards to their pedestrian safety? And unfortunately, to some extent, we're noticing the same trends. So from 2015 to 2019, accidents involving Provo pedestrians increased by 33%. So although pedestrians were involved in only 2% of Provo's total car accidents, they actually accounted for 25% of total crash fatalities. And we've had even additional car accidents involving pedestrians since we conducted the study last semester. So over the last few months, there was a high school student that was struck by a car while crossing Canyon Road. There was an 8-year-old girl who was seriously injured by Dixon Middle School. And there was also a young woman who was hit by a car on 500 West when a driver ran a red light. And so we're noticing that this is not only a concerning national issue, but it's a concerning local issue as well in Provo City. And so our goal as BYU public administration students was to assess what the best general solution was to improve pedestrian safety in Provo. And according to our research and our quantitative decision analysis, we've identified radar speed signs as the best general solution for Provo. They scored highest overall in our analysis, although we have identified rectangular rapid flashing beacons as an appropriate alternative for higher traffic areas with larger pedestrian traffic concerns. So in our presentation today, we'll be discussing a little bit about Provo City's background, the criteria that we identified in helping us to make a decision regarding alternatives, that finding the best alternative solution. We also will discuss 4 proven safety alternatives that we considered, provide our recommendation and how we came to that recommendation, and answer any questions you may have before we conclude.
Okay, so to go over background, Provo is subject to a couple of pretty unique factors. The first being in regards to demographics. It probably won't surprise you to learn that we've got the youngest city in America in regards to average age. We've also got more than 19 schools, ranging from elementary schools to a major university and another neighboring major university. Meaning we've got a huge student pedestrian population. It's especially relevant because the leading cause of death amongst children ages up to 14 is accidents. The second factor that we've got to look at is inclement weather. We get a lot of snow and ice here, and a lot of those aforementioned students are from places like California and Arizona, where they're not used to walking or driving in these conditions. And crash fatalities do increase on average by 10 people every single year when the weather starts getting bad. So while pedestrian safety infrastructure isn't going to totally resolve the issue, research indicates that it certainly helps and could save a lot of lives.
Can I interrupt you with a question?
Yes, go ahead.
Were you referring to accidents as the leading cause of death to children up to age 14? Are you saying that auto accidents are the leading cause of death, or accidents generally?
So it is accidents generally, but auto accidents make up the majority of those accidents, whether it be like they're involved as a pedestrian or being in the vehicle.
Okay, thanks.
So we use 4 specific criteria to evaluate each of the pedestrian safety alternatives or initiatives.
Hey, Hiram. Sorry to interrupt. You're a little quiet.
Okay.
I don't know if there's an audio issue or just use those vocal cords.
Can you hear me a little bit better now?
Now we can. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So 4 specific criteria were used to evaluate each pedestrian safety alternative. And we kept in mind 3 aspects of public administration that were suggested by David Rosenblum, who's a well-known scholar of public administration. And these aspects are managerial, political, and legal. So in this order, and ranking it in this order, political feasibility was the most important criteria that we used. And it was important because we needed to ensure that citizens as well as public officials support these alternatives. And then we also wanted to take in consideration that there's various cultural beliefs within Provo that may hinder certain initiatives being installed in certain areas. And then we also have efficiency, which have 2 sub-criteria, namely cost efficiency and effectiveness. We compared each alternative on a 1-to-1 basis, although some areas or some locations might need more than one of the alternatives to be installed. And then we want to also just recognize that funding would obviously come from like city budgets as well as from federal CDBG grant programs. And then we took into consideration what may be more sustainable rather than just being cheaper with the initial cost. And then our effectiveness was evaluated basically determining how the alternative or the safety initiative, how effective it will be at reducing pedestrian-involved accidents as well as slowing down vehicles in areas. And then we had the criteria of representation of community preference, ensuring that citizens are involved, and if we involve them, we would be able to know where the danger spots are, and they know their neighborhoods very well. And then Provo, of course, has a very diverse population, and it's important to not just have the majority of population's voices heard, but to also include minorities and people from different age groups as well. And then the last criteria is accessibility, and we considered all these alternatives be easy to use for the various demographic groups within Provo.
Okay, for our alternative, we had 4. Number 1, we had pedestrian crossing flags. Number 2, we had rectangular rapid flashing beacon. Number 3, we had a radar speed sign. And last but not least, we had a pedestrian hybrid beacon. So, for the pedestrian crossing flags, it is the flag that pedestrians hold while crossing the street so that the driver see, they stop it. It is the cheap alternative compared to other options. So with $100, you can buy 2 flag holders and 6 flags. Even though it's cheap, but the study showed that it decreased the pedestrian accident by 31%. However, it is least preferable alternative because it required the pedestrian to hold the flags. In Salt Lake City, where this alternative is implemented, we find that it's kind of less accessible because the flags are regularly stolen.
So the second alternative that we addressed were rectangular rapid flashing beacons. And these are in essence pedestrian crossing signs that have LED lights installed above and or below the sign that can be activated when pedestrians cross a button or push a button. And the lights will flash while pedestrians cross the street and alert drivers that pedestrians are in the area. This is a relatively politically feasible option. It's been installed already in Provo in some areas, probably most noticeably by the rec center crossing walks. It's also relatively politically feasible because Although it is more expensive than some of our other alternatives, it tends to be a good value for the money of what you're getting in regards to effectiveness. It's about $22,000 to install. That's the nation average. And so obviously that can vary according to cost of supplies, the location in which it is installed. Obviously that would vary state by state. As far as effectiveness, it is one of our most effective solutions. And is second in effectiveness only to the pedestrian hybrid beacon, in that it decreases pedestrian involved accidents by 47%. So it's very effective in preventing these accidents from even occurring. It's preferred by pedestrians in the sense that it helps pedestrians feel safe. It's a secure, easy to use method, although there are drivers who don't prefer this method because it can cause traffic congestion. In regards to accessibility, it's very accessible to most citizens. It can be activated by pushing a button. And for those who they're unable to push that button, there are also alternatives for radar sensing or motion sensing, that it can even be used for people who aren't able to use any of their limbs. So it's a relatively accessible option, and all in all, it scored second among all of our alternatives as a really sound solution, and would help to keep pedestrians safe in Provo.
Can I ask you a question before we move on?
Yeah.
I don't doubt the effectiveness of this device. Cost at $22,500 causes me to ask the question, how many crosswalks are we talking about? We obviously have hundreds, if not thousands, of crosswalks in the city. We certainly would have to prioritize this. What numbers do you have in mind?
So obviously this would be probably a better question for the engineers. Ultimately they know the city better than we do. But in regards to crosswalks, we have identified a few that are more at risk. And we know Center Street tends to be a concern with pedestrian safety, with a couple close calls there, as well as 800 North near BYU, where there are constant pedestrian traffic crossings, and it's oftentimes late at night. That can be hard to see. And so those are the two areas that we've talked about specifically. However, it is one of those things that it would probably be a better answer for the engineers in identifying the specific crosswalks that would be best used for.
The third alternative that we examined was the radar speed signs. These are the signs that use a radar device to measure the nearest oncoming vehicle's speed and instantaneously display it on an interactive screen, usually positioned next to a speed limit sign. And these signs, as was mentioned earlier, scored best overall among the four pedestrian safety alternatives we looked at. They scored best on political feasibility, accessibility, and representativeness of citizens' preferences. They scored well on political feasibility because there are already some installed in Provo, showing that they are a doable solution. And they scored best on accessibility because they require no action by pedestrians or drivers in order to work. They scored best on representativeness of citizens' preferences because they are the least obtrusive among our alternatives, the least annoying. And they scored lowest on efficiency, which was divided into both cost and effectiveness considerations. They're the second cheapest of our alternatives, with an average cost of about $5,600, but that can vary depending on features that are included with the sign, and it also doesn't include the labor for installation. But these signs were, among our four alternatives, ranked the least effective. That's not to say that they're ineffective, because these signs have been shown to promote pedestrian safety by encouraging drivers to better obey the speed limit. And one study in particular showed that they increased pedestrian safety by reducing the risk of pedestrian accidents or fatalities by between 4 and 22%. So these signs do have a significant impact. It does tend to diminish over time, but still not go away completely. And overall, on our 4 criteria, they scored the best.
Then lastly, Then lastly, we have the pedestrian hybrid beacon. This alternative was actually found to be the most effective of the ones that were selected for this study by decreasing pedestrian involved accidents by almost 70%. These safety initiatives or these contraptions work similar to how a crosswalk would work at a traffic light, where you push a button, except for in this situation, the red flashing lights are put on as soon as the button is pushed. So the pedestrians don't necessarily have to wait. And these are normally in uncontrolled areas where there's high pedestrian volume. We can see one of these there by the new city building going towards Pioneer Park. And they're found to be very accessible to pedestrians, and pedestrians do prefer these. But because of the high cost, they are not as politically feasible, especially because funding is always and cost is always something to consider. And then again, also these initiatives can only really be installed in more like in busier areas and not necessarily in within like neighborhoods of the, like suburbs within the neighborhoods. And we also found that in areas where they are being used, especially during peak hour, they can slow down traffic and cause some congestion. So that also needs to be taken into consideration when to install such an alternative in a busy area.
So we took four alternatives and run the quantitative data analysis, and this is the result that we found. So for pedestrian crossing flag, it scored 13 out of 100. Rectangular rapid flashing beacon, 29. The radar speed sign, 39, and the pedestrian hybrid beacon, 19. So obviously the radar speed sign is the winner here.
So based on this analysis and our research, we recommend that Provo City favor radar speed signs in deciding on pedestrian safety solutions to implement, particularly in high pedestrian accident risk areas over which the city has jurisdiction, such as Center Street. And the rectangular rapid flashing beacons, which scored second highest among our alternatives, are also an attractive solution and could be a good supplement to these signs. This recommendation of these signs obviously come with certain trade-offs, particularly in the effectiveness area. They again ranked lowest in effectiveness among our different alternatives, but they scored highest by far on all the other criteria, including political feasibility, which is the most important criterion because that is necessary. It needs to be possible to implement something in order to actually do it. And so even though there's that trade-off in effectiveness, the signs offer great benefits in the other 3 criteria we looked at. And again, the signs are still effective, just not quite as much as our other alternatives, which rank lower on the other criteria. So with that, we'll open up a bit of time for questions, and then we'll take a second to wrap up when that's done.
Any questions? Mrs. Whipple, go ahead.
Hi, I'm just a little curious about the way your criteria work. If it seems to me that the criteria might be a little bit perverse if the least effective option is the one that wins. if you're actually looking at trying to reduce accidents and everything. Could you address that a little bit more, please?
Yeah, I could take that question. So that's a question we've gotten in the past too. And to be honest, when we first got the results of our analysis, it troubled us as well, that we thought, how on earth are we scoring one of the less effective options as the most feasible? And it was in large part because it's the most politically feasible. The reality is some of the other alternatives that are more effective are more expensive, they're less popular. And so by nature of like what would be able to pass through citizens and what citizens would be able to support and taxpayers would be able to get around, that's why oftentimes the less effective option ended up having more weight. And so that's one reason why we provided the secondary option, is because although radar speed signs are considered less effective than the pedestrian hybrid beacons and the rectangular rapid flashing beacons, the reality is they are the most politically feasible for a general solution. But that's one reason why we recommended that in areas with higher pedestrian traffic, it may not be the best solution. The reality is most of these are not a one size fits all. It really would vary from road to road, and roads with greater pedestrian traffic concern, it may be worth saying, you know what, we're going to put the upfront cost, we're going to try and get citizens behind us and taxpayers behind us and really allow this to be the better option for this area. And so that's one reason why it's a little bit, it seems somewhat convoluted, because different criteria would change that weighting. If political feasibility wasn't an issue at all, if we could just say you could pass anything and install anything without having to pass it through citizens or the red tape or taxpayers' dollars, then you would have a different solution. It would be the pedestrian hybrid beacon all the way. Price isn't an issue, political feasibility isn't an issue. But given the current constraints that the Provo City Council and the staff are under and trying to please citizens and what they're willing to pay for and what they're willing to support, oftentimes is trying to find that balance between what is most effective, but also what will pass by and it will still work. So with radar speed signs, they aren't shown to prevent pedestrian accidents per se, although that decrease of speed drastically decreases the risk to pedestrians. And so that lowering the speed increases the likelihood of not only drivers noticing pedestrians, but also if a pedestrian is hit, it basically prevents death. It prevents serious accident. So it's not that it's not effective, but it is by no means as effective as the others if political feasibility isn't a concern. So what we would recommend is that as the best general solution for general streets and thoroughfares. But if there are particular streets of concern with high pedestrian traffic, you would probably want to consider a secondary option that was more effective.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was really happy to see that he did cite a study that gave an effective rate of 4 to 22%. I was surprised that that's actually lower than those flags, which I 100% hate. Hate the flags. So, you know, it almost makes me think that you could have done a do nothing option and run that through it, because as far as I can tell, the most politically feasible thing is to complain about something and not do anything. And that has zero cost. It's not effective at all, but it seems like it would have a lot of grumbling popular support for it. I did have another question about your alternative number 2, the flashy beacon. So you gave a price for that. I'm thinking of 2 different beacons that we have in Provo that are like that. You mentioned the one by the rec center on 500 North. That one also has a median treatment so that it's a little bit safer. You know, there's a little island for the pedestrians to sit at in the middle of the street. There's another one that's installed on 300 South at 600 East. That one does not even have a little flashy thing in the median. So the flashies are only on either side of the street. And it's surprisingly difficult to see when it's flashing for a pedestrian to go across. So when you're looking at the cost of those, what kind of siding were you looking at? Were you looking at just the flashies on the side of the street, one in the median? And were you also looking at concrete islands for the pedestrians in the middle of the street?
Before you answer that, I'm going to go ahead and say we have 60 seconds left for this presentation. So thank you.
We'll make it quick. So that is just the sign and just the sign and the materials of installing it. So that doesn't include medians, that doesn't include raised sidewalks. It's just the signs. And so anything from that would obviously increase the cost.
Is that 2 signs or 3 signs?
2 signs.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Due to time, we'll go ahead and end here. Appreciate the BYU MPA team and Mr. Fillmore and Mrs. Whipple for their questions. Thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and take a 9-minute break here. And we're going to get back on track after this, I promise. So we'll see everyone back here at 2:40 and we'll hit it hard. Thanks.
Recording stopped.
Okay.
I believe the rest of the UTA and parametrics group is also on. There's Claire, there's Mary. Mary, do you know if the commissioner's been able? So council chair, vice chair, and council members, this is an item coming to you as a request for the city to adopt or to support a resolution for the South Valley Transit Study. And with us today, we have representatives from UTA and from Parametrics, the consultant that is working on this project, has been working on this project for some time now. And they are here with us. The council in the past, I know we have new council members with us, but we've had presentations from UTA in the past discussing the South Valley Transit Study, which essentially goes from Provo to Payson through to Santaquin. They'll give an overview and then the request. And I will now turn the time over to them, and they have a variety of presenters. I will tell you, UTA team, that we are a little bit behind schedule. So to the extent that we can provide a great overview and then any specifics, that would be super helpful. I do think we have 20 minutes allotted for this. It'd be helpful if we could keep it on schedule. So that'd be great. So with that, I will, Mary, Claire, or Commissioner Acerson will let you jump in there.
Thank you, Dixon. I'm Mary Delamarche, for the Regional General Manager for UTA in Utah County. And we're going to do a quick overview of a study that we've been working on. Our trustee Acerson was leaving some legislative meetings, and he may be joining us shortly. So about a year and a half ago, we met with the cities from Provo to Santaquin and started talking about doing a study of high quality, high capacity transit from Provo to Santaquin. And the goal was to select a locally preferred alternative, which means that all of us agree where this transit should go and what kind of mode, what type of transit should we be using. It was also really critical to us that we have a very transparent and collaborative process. So we did a lot of community outreach, and we'll share some of that with you. Do you want to change slides? I'm not even going to go into the details of this because you all are living this every day, and that is, we all know how fast South County from Provo to Santaquin is growing, and we realize how critical it is not only for transportation, but also for our economic development, that we get the right transit in place and get it in place before the land has already been built on, and so we can provide options to people from driving in a car. Thank you. And I'm going to turn it over to Claire, who is from Parametrics, and she was our consultant and lead on this project, and she's going to walk you through what we learned. Thank you. Claire Woodman.
Thanks, Mary. And it's great to be here today. And if it makes sense to ask questions as I go, if I see hands raised, I'm happy to answer as we go. I'm going to talk through this fairly quickly. I know you all are trying to catch up on some time here. What Mary also was starting to mention is that this project has been in the Mountain Land Association of Governments Regional Transportation Plan for several decades. However, UTA has actually never done a plan on this project. So this is really the first step and commitment from UTA to move this project forward and making it kind of dovetail into the Federal Transit Administration process for receiving federal funds. So this is a really, really critical first step in moving this project towards ultimately delivering this for South Valley. Our process followed what's called an alternatives evaluation, and that's where we make sure that we fully vet all possible options that could be implemented to serve the needs of South Utah County. So like this funnel illustrates, we start kind of high at a high level. We look at a full range of alternatives. We look at different modes. We look at different alignments. And then as we gather more information, we start refining that list. And so then by the end, we are down with one alternative that best meets the project needs. And that is what Mary is referring to as the locally preferred alternative. So I am going to talk very quickly about how we got to our kind of refined list of alternatives and then our preferred alternative. So we did an initial evaluation. This was kind of our full list of options. So we looked at 4 different mode types. Once again, these are transit technologies. So commuter rail, that's front runner, bus rapid transit, like UVX, light rail, that would be like tracks up in Salt Lake City, and then express bus. And in this case, we're trying to serve some of those longer, more regional trips. And so we're not looking at a local bus, we're looking at an express bus, which serves longer station spacing. We looked at 3 different alignments. So we looked at I-15, we looked at a route that connects arterials on the east side of I-15, and then we also looked at utilizing UTA's rail corridor. They own right-of-way from Provo down to Payson. That's been envisioned for future rail expansion. So obviously we looked at that as an alignment as well. Based on that initial evaluation, we decided to move forward with 3 alternatives into what we're calling the detailed evaluation. And this is where we really get into the heart of the matter. Mary likes to say the devil's in the details. It's all about the details. And so this is the first time we're generating cost estimates. We're looking at ridership, looking at travel times, operation and maintenance costs, kind of all the real things that go into operating an actual transit investment. And so we looked at each of these 3 alternatives in detail. We looked at one commuter rail alternative, and that follows UTA's right-of-way from Provo down to Payson. And then it continues on in an existing rail line from Payson to Santaquin, but UTA does not own that right-of-way. We looked at a bus rapid transit alternative. And this was utilizing UTA's right-of-way, but actually operating a bus in that corridor instead of a train. We just wanted to see if utilizing that exclusive right-of-way would help, and if having a different mode would be of interest. And then we looked at a bus rapid transit design option, and this blended together sections of exclusive bus rapid transit lanes. So that's portions where the bus travels in lanes all by itself. And then it also used existing roadway and sections where we're starting to see costs creep up because of certain impacts or other factors. So once again, we looked at these 3 different options. They all served the same stations. We met with all the cities and really took some time to make sure we were serving the right locations. And so that's why all 3 alternatives serve the same places. So it starts at Provo. We have a station in Springville, just south of 400 South. We have a station in Spanish Fork, just west of where the future Center Street interchange is going to come in. We have a station at Payson around the Main Street interchange, and then Santaquin down at the southern exit they have in Summit Ridge Parkway. I'm going to make this super high level, but I have a slide available if we really want to get into the details. Like I said, we dug in and our group was recommending to move forward with commuter rail. Some of the key factors for driving that decision is really regional travel times were quite exceptional. And a lot of that is because commuter rail exists going down into Provo, and we can run it down into South Utah County. And by eliminating a transfer in Provo, you can really have fast travel times moving in South Utah County, but also through the region. So if you're getting on in Payson and trying to get to Lehigh or Salt Lake City, you don't have to transfer in Provo. It's really a competitive mode in terms of travel time. Ridership was incredible. And ridership is one of the key factors for transit agencies and making transit investments. And the ridership was far and away better for commuter rail, especially when we did not have that transfer in Provo. Capital costs, this is a major transit investment, so capital costs kind of fell in the middle range with our other options. O&M costs, however, are pretty high for commuter rail. However, when we look at return on investment, and so when I'm talking about return on investment, we did a calculation of cost per rider. And so that's the full cost of the system through 2050 per projected riders through 2050. Because the ridership was so good, it really became just a solid performer in terms of return on investment. So those were some of our key factors for recommending commuter rail. And like I said, I have a slide with way too much.
Can I ask a quick question about this?
Sure.
I know there's a discussion about creating a double track for the current front runner. Are you anticipating that this would be constructed as a double track right out of the gate, or would you do it as a single?
UTA hasn't made that decision yet, though it's something that they have definitely been talking about, recognizing that making that investment now and not having to do it down the road when it costs a lot more is often a good way to do things. Our alternative, when I'm talking about costs, we assumed single tracking in most locations. However, around station locations and in certain places along the corridor where the trains need to pass each other, we do have some amount of double tracking. And that ended up actually being quite a bit of double tracking. So to fully double track would probably add some money, but we're already assuming it in a lot of places, including some of the more major structures that would have to go in. We want to make sure those are kind of forward compatible with double tracking down the road.
So your estimates about ridership and travel times are based on a single track with occasional double. I'm just curious because if you're running it, obviously the ridership goes way up if you're doubling the time. If you're doubling the tracks, the travel times are doubled and so on. But obviously that the expenses are much higher. So I just didn't know if that was calculated in.
Yeah, so for our ridership, we assumed the current frequency that is offered by Frontrunner, with a caveat that UTA does desire to move to a more frequent service in the future. But because that to implement like the 15-minute frequencies on Frontrunner requires quite a capital investment up and down the system, we did not make that assumption yet. So the ridership would get even better if that went to 15 minutes. So this is a more conservative estimate still. Next slide. So when we were putting together our locally preferred alternative, you'll see that we're splitting it into two pieces. We are recommending that the locally preferred alternative is commuter rail from Provo to Payson and looking at express bus service from Payson to Santaquin. When we first started kind of compiling our detailed information and looking at the costs, especially compared to ridership of extending it all the way down to Santaquin, I think we received a lot of pause because UTA doesn't own ridership down there. There's not a clear corridor that UTA can use, so it has to jump from one line to another, and that goes over some agricultural areas that would be impacted. So our recommendation really is to focus on this first core segment and then do activities now that can kind of get Santaquin ready for commuter rail in the future after this initial segment is built. So you'll notice in our preferred alternative recommendation, we have split it into those two segments. And a lot of that is just to reduce cost, improve that return on investment, and to reduce impacts overall. And we have, it's been great to have Santaquin as part of this process. I know that they're often like, what about us? What about us? And it was great to kind of see the numbers and work with them so they can understand the things they need to do to advance this project as well. Recognizing that if they do things quickly and on the right track, that they could also kind of get it sooner rather than later as well. So we went out to the public and we had quite an impressive public engagement effort with this project. I've been a part of numerous projects like this, and it's just hard to get people excited and interested until you bring out the backhoes and everything. So we had over 1,000 comments, which I think is terrific. And of those comments, they were also informed and thoughtful. A lot of Frontrunner users who are really excited about this project. You can see that we went out to all the communities in the corridor, really trying to talk to people and just get their input. And so we really enjoyed, going out to Provo's events and kind of helping to spread the word. We have a map there on the right that just shows kind of dots on the map where we receive comments. So we did get comments up and down the corridor, really strong support for Frontrunner, really looking for that frequent, reliable, affordable transit service. We also saw a lot of interest in having high quality development around station areas, expanded local bus service in South Utah County. We got a lot of comments just about overall better coverage throughout the area, in addition to serving those Frontrunner stations as they come online. We, of course, got a small percentage of folks opposed to this project. That's pretty typical as well. But like I said, I've never been part of a transit project where we had such overwhelming, strong support. And so it was really great. And thank you for helping spread the word. I know that our team has been interfacing with Dixon and other staff to help promote the project. So thank you for spreading the word. Just a little bit more into the details here. And I realized as I was getting this together today that I made a terrible mistake. And that is I don't have Provo boardings on here, which is terrible. But we have been presenting to the other cities and Provo's numbers are so high, it's a little distracting for the other cities. So I put the Provo boardings in the chat here. I hope that's helpful. I'm sorry, Dixon, I can get you an updated presentation. But in terms of estimated capital costs, $550 to $750 million, we escalated that out to 2026. We typically will always report capital costs and ranges this early in the planning process because there's still a lot to learn in terms of advancing design and continuing the process. So we'll kind of stick to that range. I know that people want to have like the one number, but we're not quite there yet. Annual operating costs, we just estimated around $8 million a year. Once again, we're using planning level tools. And I actually think with O&M, we'll probably see that come down as we look at kind of integrating that cost throughout the entire front runner system. And then I have ridership there, not very useful. So I put it in the chat. You can see that the ridership in Provo, as you all know, is really fantastic. It's the second highest boardings in the system. Is that right, Mary? After Salt Lake City. And they just get better throughout time. And so right now, I think you all are seeing about 2,500 boardings a day. And so that's going up, by 1,000 boardings a day every decade, which is really quite wonderful. And then for the other cities along the corridor, you can kind of see that their ridership kind of turns on at different times based on how far south they are. Like Springville is definitely a little bit more primed and ready to go compared to Spanish Fork and Payson.
Hey, Claire.
And then, yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. Just wanted to let you know we got about 3 minutes left for the presentation. Then we'll need to have questions and discussion.
Awesome. I'm getting close here. So the question we always get is, when are you going to build this thing? The answer is we don't know yet. Until the team moves forward into environmental and has funding secured, it's hard to put together a timeline. Next slide. And just some of these considerations, these are more for the cities to the south of you, but just thinking about this as a collaborative effort, there are some other things going on that will help make this project really successful, including advocating for some transportation interchange improvements, helping, the cities to the south recognize that density around station areas isn't a scary word, and really being involved in UTA's transit-oriented development process, which is going to be going on in Springville, Spanish Fork, and Payson. Next slide. And then these next steps, if this is a little bit out of date for Provo. So we've been going out to all the cities asking for approval of our locally preferred alternative. We ask for that approval by resolution, so UTA knows that there's support from the communities to continue moving forward with the project. The study is advancing into environmental in early 2022, which is really, really exciting. There's so much momentum for this project, and having it continue along is really awesome. The UTA TOD planning process, like I said, that's for the cities to the south. And then just kind of considering continuing to advocate for other projects that help advance this. And then I have one more slide, I think. Really, this is a tremendous milestone for Provo and all the cities in South Utah County to complete this step and be ready to move on into environmental study. And so with that, I'm going to wrap it up. Mary, do you want to give, is Trustee Acerson on the line to just say a few words before we go to, I don't see him.
He must have got jammed up in the legislative meetings.
Okay. So thank you. Yeah.
To the UTA team, we really appreciate that presentation. Staff, help me out here. Do we have a resolution to consider, or are you just looking for an indication of whether or not we would support a resolution? And there it is. I guess I'd like to ask if the mayor would like to comment on this. Sorry to put you on the spot.
Yeah, no, I love being put on the spot. It's what I do every day, right? This is the first time I'm seeing it, so let me take some time and take a look at it and read it. But I have been following the process. I've joined in on their meetings and given them substantial feedback on this whole process, and they've done an excellent job.
I will say that, Brian, if you're there, I think you've had a chance to look at this. I know Mr. Parker has also, and so it substantially complies with what other cities have considered and have approved, and they're not asking for anything different from Provo than what they're asking for the other communities. Is that, Brian, do you have any comment on that as far as the resolution as it relates to Provo?
Well, you sent it to me a while back. I did review it, and legally it's all in proper form. Just a policy question for the council as far as joining in. But I think what we'd need is either a motion here to bring it to the next evening meeting, or council chair can always do that on his own. But either way.
Mr. Fillmore, just so everyone knows, we'll try to keep these questions, comments to the next 4 minutes.
This is a quickie. I apologize if I missed this. I arrived for the presentation a couple minutes late, but I'm not clear on what it means when I read that the proposal does not contemplate a transfer in Provo. What does that mean?
Previous iterations of some of the full front runner system work that has been done, but didn't really dig into the details of extensions to both the north and the south. At some point had contemplated running a shuttle service between, say, Provo and Payson or Ogden to Brigham City, instead of having a continuous service that would operate end to end. And so we're just making that distinction that having a system that does not have that transfer in Provo would be more advantageous.
So I'm still confused. What is a transfer? What do you mean by that?
So you would get off of one train and have to physically walk across a platform and get on another train that might be leaving at a slightly different time.
Okay. So how would that affect Provo residents?
If your residents are going, I guess for Provo, it wouldn't be a huge concern, no. Unless you're a Provo resident and you went north and you're trying to go back somewhere else south. But typically that when you have a transfer, so when you have to change from a train to a different train or a bus to a different bus, that typically really does reduce ridership. And so that in turn has some implications on the competitiveness of the project as a whole moving forward. So there's that implication as well, which is more of a system-wide holistic look. Yeah.
Councilmember Fillmore, maybe think of Salt Lake Central. So if you wanted to go to the Salt Lake International, you'd have to transfer from Front Runner to a Trax line. And if you're on the Front Runner station wanting to go to Payson, you just get on the train and go. You wouldn't have to get on a different train.
Okay.
You'd be flying out of Provo anyway. I don't know why you'd go to Salt Lake and fly.
Doesn't appear we have any additional questions. I think, does anybody want to make a motion for us to visit this in an evening meeting?
I would make a quick comment.
Sure. Go ahead, Mary.
I just like to thank the mayor and the council for everything that you do that supports and enhances transit. Provo is very progressive in what you've done around the train station and what you're doing around the city that makes transit possible. And it's much appreciated. Thank you.
I would like to make a motion that we move this to an evening agenda for consideration for adoption.
I'll second that.
Any discussion on the motion? Okay, we'll take a vote on the motion. All in favor? Online, Councilmember Whipple.
In favor, aye.
And Councilmember Ellsworth.
Yes.
It's unanimous. Thank you to the UTA team for helping us get a little bit of time shaved off here, and also for all the work that you all do to help with alternative forms of transportation and pedestrian safety and such. So thank you all.
Thank you.
All right. Next item of business is a discussion regarding council assignments to committees, boards, and commissions. The next two items we had slated 45 minutes each, but we can finish on time if we do 35 each. I won't take a vote, but hopefully we got your support on this.
Mr. Chair, if we can, we'll do it even faster if we can.
All right. Thank you, Cliff. Who's going to be leading this? You are. All right.
I am. So I'm having some technical problems here. So I'm hoping that Malia will be able to share the council assignments document and allow me to edit it from my seat. Okay. Just for fun, let's just test this. So council, I've circulated this to you before. Yep, it's allowing me to do it. Okay. So I've circulated this to you before, and then the one I sent you last night, apparently you couldn't open. So I made the changes that I'd received in email and I'm coming back to it. But let me walk you through and talk about the various issues that are still to be resolved. Let's go down to the council committees section. So audit committee, David Shipley has indicated he'd like to stay on the audit committee. Travis Hoban, you haven't said either way, so I've still got you here listed. The Neighborhood Advisory Board, we'd lost our chair, and Shannon Ellsworth, I think, was willing to stay or go on that one. I had some confusion from an email I had from Catrice. I thought she wanted this one. She wanted the Neighborhood Program Advisory Group Review Committee. And so I'm not sure who to put in on this advisory board, and then for who you might want to have as the chair, Mr. Chair. And then the housing committee, we've had 4 people indicate an interest in it. Shannon Ellsworth, David Shipley, Catrice McKay, and Rachel Whipple. Shannon doesn't want to deal with the ADUs there. David Shipley does want to deal with the ADUs there. So you'll have some choices to make. I've heard nothing on the Foothill Protection Committee, but having not heard anything, I assume that these 3 would like to continue with it. George and Bill and Shannon. Skip down to the sign committee. A little bit further. Okay. Zoning compliance. Rachel's interested in being on there. Shannon's of the opinion, or shared the opinion, that she thinks maybe we should end that. An alternative I've got is that maybe you put the ADU committee in there temporarily and then close it down if you want. Sign committee, nobody's interested, expressed an interest in keeping that. Most of the work has been done, so you could just close this one down if you chose. Carryover policy committee, David Shipley has indicated
Carryover's done. It can be
done.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do this for a second here. Okay, we'll take that out. Economic Development Committee, Bill Fillmore, David Shipley, Catrice McKay have all indicated a preference to stay there. Parking Committee, Rachel Whipple has indicated a willingness to be on that committee, with a suggestion that former council member David Harding be asked to also serve on that committee, if you're interested. Neighborhood Program Review Committee.
Cliff, just to tell you, David has already told me he wants to be on the committee if we're willing to put him on it.
Yes, that's what I'm understanding too. Neighborhood Program Review Committee, Travis Hoban, David Shipley. George Hanley was willing to give up his spot because Catrice McKay said she'd like to be on there. And then David Shipley and Rachel Whipple had indicated willingness to be on the Public Art Committee. And so before we move down these other appointments, I'd like to suggest that we figure out what we're doing with these above committees. So, Mr. Chair, I'm looking for some direction.
When you say looking for direction on all those that you just went through?
Yes.
Okay.
Start from the top.
Yeah, let's go to the top. First of all, take out sign committee. I make a motion. Well, do I need to make a motion that we disband the sign committee? Just take it out.
You could, but I mean, at the end of the day, normally what we do is we just adopt the entire list by motion.
Got it. All right. Well, let's take out sign committee. I think we've done the work we needed to do there. So going up to the top, I think audit committee sounds great. Dave and I have screwed that up enough. Haven't screwed that up enough yet. Neighborhood advisory board. So Mrs. McKay, you expressed interest in the neighborhood committee, and I think we weren't sure which one. And then you clarified the program review as opposed to advisory board. So you would not want to be on the neighborhood advisory board.
I'm good with both, if that's needed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Be the chair for this committee if it's just these two, and if there's a third person that wants to be on there, you can still add.
Is there a third?
I'm okay to not serve on that committee if someone else really wants to.
Doesn't seem anybody else really wants to.
I would be willing to do it. I've got experience with the neighborhood program that might be useful.
Okay.
Okay. Would you like to chair that, Mrs. Whipple?
I'm happy to do paper, rock, scissors with Catrice for it.
This is going to be fun, I can tell. Everybody's so amiable.
I apologize with Councilmember McKay. I should have said that with more deference and respect.
Oh, you're good. So, Mrs. McKay, would you like to be chair of that or just serve on that?
I'm good either way.
Okay. Let's revisit that one. So we've got two good either way on that. So we'll come back to that and see where else their responsibilities lie or fall, and then maybe that'll help determine who might be able to take on the chair.
Okay.
Housing committee, Mrs. Ellsworth, are you stepping away from that, considering that the focus probably will be on ADUs?
Just Miss Ellsworth here.
Ellsworth, sorry.
Like I said in previous conversations, I would like to continue to serve at the housing committee. It was the housing committee that worked on ADUs exclusively for 8 months. And so sending ADUs back to the housing committee seems like a weird next step. Like, I didn't really understand that in last year's meeting. Like, there was a motion, and part of that motion seemed to be, hey, let's send this back to a committee where this can be the focus exclusively. And I said, well, we have been focusing on this exclusively. So I am struggling to understand that, that support or that next step. If that's where ADUs need to be, then just leave me out. I don't have the energy to repeat that process from last year.
Okay, so I think the question at hand then is, do we want ADUs to be addressed in a separate committee or the housing committee? Does anybody have some thoughts on that or a preference?
Seems like it should be in housing.
It could also just be on an ADU ad hoc committee, because that's the sole intent. And if the previous council didn't like the outcome of the last housing committee, then I don't know that this is going to be dramatically different. I mean, there are different people now, 2 different people now, 3 different, I can't do math, 2 different people now. But I mean, housing has other things to work on, like a housing audit besides ADUs.
Mr. Chair, might I suggest that if there's that one compromise would be maybe to move the ADU issue to the zoning compliance committee and just let it run there until it's done, and then you can decide what you want to do with the zoning committee. Because I think one of my thoughts on the ADUs was I was understanding that as you were trying to figure out from a code how to expand it if the city was going to expand it.
Yeah, my preference would be that it stay on the housing committee. I think there are too many other related issues in housing for it to be its own subcommittee. The vote in December was to explore approaches that would incrementally increase ADUs in the city. The vote was against the 100% option, but there was a discussion and a vote on the need for exploring something in between. I totally understand Ms. Ellsworth's frustration that, and I don't want to push her into doing something that seems like she expended a lot of energy on already. But my preference would be that it not be a subcommittee and be it or its own committee, but it be part of the housing discussion, because there's so many other issues related to that conversation about ADUs that we need to be addressing and paying attention to. It's only one strategy among many that we need to be developing and considering as a council to address the housing crisis. So if the housing committee isn't addressing the housing crisis, then I don't, it seems like that's got to be their number one job, and ADUs is a part of that discussion. So I would prefer that we have it be part of that committee.
And I'll just add, sorry to interrupt, I'll just add that I don't think that it fits with the zoning committee. And I think that the zoning committee could just end itself.
Okay, it seems, I think we need, let's make a motion on this one so we can just kind of get it figured out and move on.
It'd be good to have.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry,
Ms.
Mr.
Ellsworth.
Chair. It'd be good to have Dave Shipley's input here.
Yeah, I mean, I want to work on ADUs. So if that's in the housing committee, then I'm happy to support that and be there. I don't have a strong preference where it's at. I just want to get to work and focus on that. And if there are too many other distractions within the housing committee right now that aren't ADUs, I just worry that will prolong our ability to get ADUs moved in some direction, or at least evaluated. So if there aren't other distractions right now, significant distractions within the housing committee, then I'm fine to have it there.
So actually, I'll make a comment to that. In talking with staff, it had been expressed that that we need to figure out the West Side intent. Was it a West Side intent statement? I can't remember, where we basically said no more development unless it has a mix of housing until we figure that out. Staff has expressed concern that it's basically put a stop to residential development on the West Side. And I personally really want to see that addressed right away. So Mr. Hanley expressed concern, we don't want to just throw that out because we did that for a reason, but that really needs to be addressed in my mind. And I'm just one voice, but if that's housing, then I would like that addressed even prior to ADUs, because, we talk about not having enough housing, and here we are putting a stop to it, so to speak. So I don't know how we bring that together. Go ahead.
I've got an idea. I mean, I've maybe two new council members. I don't know why that couldn't be. I don't think it's a major substantive task, even though it's urgent. I think it's something we could just do as a council in a work session. Maybe it takes a couple of sessions, but that doesn't quite feel to me like a committee and a job. Even if it is, if we have a committee of three, and Dave's job is to start tackling the ADUs right away or something, it seems like it might be manageable.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Just wanted to express that. I'm going to make a motion then, just so that we can kind of keep things moving forward. So make a motion that ADUs be addressed. Whoa, actually, I don't know. Now you got me questioning it. ADUs be addressed by the housing committee. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, I guess we'll take a vote on the motion. All in favor?
Is there a second for the motion?
The second was Bill Fillmore. All right, we'll take a vote. All in favor? Mrs. Whipple?
Aye.
And Miss Ellsworth?
Yes.
Okay, Passed unanimous. So ADUs will now be addressed by the Housing Committee, and that can maybe help people determine if they want to be part of that committee or not.
So that puts you in a place if ADUs is part of it, do we assume, as I just crossed off there, Shannon doesn't want to be on the committee if it's doing ADUs? And if that's the case, then again, who do you want to be chair of that committee?
I'll just say that I'm willing to be part of this committee. I want to be part of this committee to discuss the ADUs, but I'm not anxious to necessarily be chair. So I'd be happy for one of the two new counselors to chair that. And I'll just be the ADU monkey on it.
Back to rock, paper, scissors.
Well, actually, you could, if they're both willing, you could just have Patrice and Rachel decide, each take one of these two here. One is the chair and one is the as a committee member. Fair enough.
Mrs. Whipple, do you have a preference of which one you might be chair and which one you might be committee member of?
I think I would rather chair the neighborhood one. And I also care about ADUs, so Shipley is not alone.
Okay.
Does that mean Ms. McKay would like to be
Ms.
on?
McKay will take housing. All right. Making progress.
Does that work for housing for Councilor McKay?
Yes, thank you.
Looks good.
Okay, no changes to Foothills. What do we want to do with zoning? Keep it, delete it?
Yeah, I was just going to say something about Foothills first, real quick. Just for those on it, and if you still want to stay on it, that would be wonderful. We've been a little bit inactive over the last several months. The only things on the horizon that I'm aware of are Utah Valley Trails Alliance has completed their proposed plan for trails. That needs to be reviewed by us. Actually, we were going to try to meet next Tuesday to get that discussion going. And then down the road, we have the Foothills and Canyons plan that would need to be drafted. And I assume we would be pretty centrally involved in that, but that's several months down the road.
I agree with what George just said. I'm happy to have you continue to chair that, George. That's right in your wheelhouse. You have some passion for it. My question is, does this committee logically extend to future discussions on the river and the lake? I mean, those aren't foothill issues, but they're all part of the larger plan that we've been talking about, that we wanted some kind of guidance from consultants on and wanted to address in terms of the larger preservation of our natural amenities.
Yeah, I think that's probably an issue that we'll probably want to settle as a council when we complete the general plan. We have those 3 proposed drafts, or not yet even drafted plans: Foothills and Canyons, River and Lake, and then the gateways. So I think come April, maybe whenever it is we finish with the general plan, we probably should get some direction from the council about which of those is our next one, and whether or not we create a subcommittee to tackle that. I mean, so I think we can resolve that, because it may be that we do one at a time, and some of the same people are working on each one. I don't know.
Yeah, I just thinking out loud, I can see that the Foothills Protection and Canyons being natural adjunct to the river and the lake. If we wanted a separate committee, the river and lake ought to go together. Gateways could be something that, frankly, we'd be happy to take on the Economic Development Committee. Maybe makes more sense.
So you're all comfortable there? Miss Ellsworth, I don't know if we heard from you if you want to stay on that Foothill Protection Committee. I can't remember if you included that.
I'm happy to stay on it.
Okay, thank you.
And then if you need any, I don't know, expansion of input on the zoning committee, I can elaborate there.
Okay. Cliff, let's,
So as I was reading it, the mission statement of the Foothills Protection Committee we'd long since passed that by, and so I drafted just a simple statement here as a revised statement of the mission for that group.
any feedback from the members of the committee if they like the revised statement?
Can you read it? I'm on my computer, so the screen is smaller.
Sure. Focus on policy issues pertaining to the protection of the foothills and related matters.
Seems generic enough, and related matters includes trails. So yeah, seems all right.
Canyons, trails.
Canyons, trails.
All things are pertinent there too.
Nice legal.
Okay. Zoning Committee.
Here's where I can provide some input. I feel like council committees are most useful when they're like creating policy direction or legislative changes, like they're actually changing ordinances. And this zoning compliance committee, in 2 years I've been on it, hasn't made any legislative changes, but there has been a push to update, or not update, but expand some funding for the zoning compliance team. So I just wonder if this committee needs to continue, if there aren't going to be legislative updates, or maybe that's a conversation to have with the administration or this council. What do you want to change about code enforcement? And is it a legislative solution, what we want to change? Or is it an administrative solution?
I'll comment on that. Shannon, I think you're barking up the right tree here. I see zoning compliance as an administrative task. Legislatively, we've done two things, right, in terms of allocating budget funds and increasing FTEs. But I don't see a real legislative oversight element here that requires a committee anyway. We're all very concerned about zoning compliance, but why would we need a committee for it?
I can give some history. Back when I started with the city, the county or the council had put together, with administration help, about a 9-point plan to improve zoning compliance. And so the zoning compliance committee was put together with the intent to create policy along those lines. It made some progress on some elements, ran into some public opposition, and then kind of curtailed more actions on that committee. And so a lot of the things haven't been done. And then over time, some of the things have been addressed by staff, by city staff, administration staff, to kind of further the efforts that were needed. But the committee has not been, for the last year and a half or 2 years, following the original 9-step program that they had put together some 5 or 6 years ago.
I'll just add that the vibe that I get from this council or last year's council is that we're hoping for more transparency and improved processes and efficiency. And I don't know that it's the council's job to meet every month and try to figure out ways to re-legislate or over-legislate those administrative functions.
I'll make a quick comment. I think zoning enforcement, a conversation around that's going to be a very important piece of the ADU conversation. So I know Mrs. Whipple expressed concern with kind of not wanting to just disband something that had been started. But I think my response to that would be, until we have a clear objective of what the committee is going to address, maybe we wait until, future. And we can always have a zoning committee again when there's some sort of urgent need. But I don't want go ahead.
Oh, no, you keep going.
Well, I was just going to say, I would like zoning to be a part of the conversation of ADUs, that's all.
Yeah.
But Yes, Mayor.
Thanks, Chair Hoban. I remember when this was before my time when this came about. It was going on, I think, the year before I came in as mayor. And I think that I've shown that we are committed to zoning with our FTEs and our changes we've made in the various departments. So I think I can keep my eye on the zoning compliance. And if I am not meeting and my department heads aren't doing what exactly you will expect out of us, I'm more than welcome to have you form the committee again. But I think we've kind of got our arms around it at this point. We know what the expectation is. We're sending you the reports. We've stepped it up a notch.
All right, I'd like to make a motion that we disband the zoning compliance committee. Bill Fillmore, second. Any discussion of that motion? No discussion? Okay, we'll take a vote. All in favor? Ms. Ellsworth
Yes.
and Mrs. Whipple.
Yes.
Thank you. Economic development, are we?
Sorry, what was the final count on that? Was that 7-0?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, the voting was unanimous in favor of disbanding the zoning compliance committee.
Okay.
Any concerns or questions on the economic development committee? Okay.
We've talked about parking committee, neighborhood and public art. Is there any changes to be made to those? Hearing nothing, we'll move down to the city-related boards with council appointment.
I'm sorry, can you go back up?
Sure.
On the neighborhood program review committee, if Councilor McKay feels overextended with other assignments, I could pick that up because I've shed some assignments.
You want to stay on that, Councilor McKay?
Yes, I am interested in the neighborhood program.
City-related boards with council appointment. Both of these items, Library Board and Provo Housing Authority, are 3-year terms. Councilor Shipley has another 1.5 years left on his, but he has indicated that he'd be willing to step aside if someone else wants to take it. And Provo Housing Authority has, George Hanley has 6 months left on his, or about 5.5 months left on his current term, but would be willing to step aside for, since Patrice McKay had indicated an interest in it.
Chair Hoban. Yeah. I just wanted to make, we talked about this a little bit in leadership the other day. I just wanted to make a comment about this one. Both, the library board by code does require a council member serve. Provo Housing Authority by state code does not require a council member. That's happened over the last few years. The one thing that's a little bit different here from the whole rest of the list, which is by the council handbook, really the purview of the council chair, is these two are appointments by the mayor with the council's advice and consent. So to some degree, this part of the conversation is a little bit hypothetical in the sense that this is feedback for the mayor to make a decision about.
That's correct.
Yeah, I'll just say, Brian had explained that at our recent meeting, and I meant to actually reach out to the mayor just to let her know that, knowing that Mrs. McKay was interested, I have enjoyed being on that board, but I would be perfectly happy to step aside and let her do that if that was something that you wanted to recommend at the time when it comes up.
Yeah, I think that'll be great.
Okay.
I support that change.
But do you want to just leave it there for the 5.5 months and then have the mayor go through the normal process, or do you want to make a separate change now and then renew it in 6 months?
Well, it would, oh, you mean to have her put on the committee right away, you mean, or on the board?
Right, because the mayor has to still go through the process. All the name we put in here really is essentially, if we change it today, we're just going to indicate to the mayor that this is the request of the council that these people be appointed. And then the mayor has to go through her formal process.
Yeah, I mean, I actually have a couple of scheduling conflicts with some upcoming meetings. We're meeting tomorrow, which is not a problem, but so I was going to talk that over with them. Let me maybe see what their urgency is, because they were really shorthanded for a long time. And actually the name that's being proposed for today is someone who resigned from the board. So that one's not going to work later tonight. So let me just check to see what their numbers are right now. But I'm assuming that I would probably need to continue for at least a few more months.
Okay.
And I'm happy to do that. I'm not trying to get out of that. I just, it's a 3-year appointment, and I was happy to let Councilor McKay take that. Anyway, I don't know if that answers the question, but I did send Cliff. I sent you an email, copied Elizabeth on it, that I got notice this morning. They were trying to get a hold of us to let us know. They saw the name of the person being proposed for tonight, and they said that person resigned from the board and has moved and is not available. So that's not going to work for tonight.
So in terms of time, do you want to just leave it like this then? And then we'll just.
Okay.
Dave Shipley, what do you want to do with the library board?
I'm happy to continue to serve on it. My comment there was just if somebody had a really strong preference to serve on it, I'm happy to give it up to.
Okay.
It's delightful.
All right.
Mr. Shipley also wanted to go back up to the Public Art Committee.
Yeah.
Revisit that quickly.
Yeah, we need to get a chair for that. And also George's name isn't on it, so we need to put his name on it. I'm just kidding.
George, do you want to be on it?
No, I'm not kidding. You're supposed to be on that. And I don't need to chair that committee. So I'm happy to work hard on it and support it, but I'd be happy for Rachel to chair it or for George to chair it.
Yeah, you're not going to put me on the committee and then ask me to chair it just out of thin air.
Hey, you gave an impassioned speech about being part of this. So.
I would like to be part of the conversation.
I would recommend Mr. Shipley chair that. I think his mind for finances is very valuable there.
Yeah, if you put me in charge, you're going to end up with all these really expensive recommendations, totally politically infeasible. Yeah, you need common sense to rule.
Is this correct then?
Well, Mrs. Whipple, do you have a strong preference?
I feel like I'm chairing quite enough at the moment. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
That's okay.
City advisory boards with the history of council liaisons. Lots of requests here. David Shipley expressed he wanted to stay on the Agriculture Commission.
Well, maybe I wasn't clear on that. I apologize. I'm happy to stay on it, but if somebody has a strong preference again to take my spot there, I'm happy to give it up too.
Arts Council, David Shipley and Catrice McKay both requested to be the liaison. I put all these all the way through down as 1 and 2 based on who asked first. So question I have is on all of these, whether it's the Arts Council, the Energy Board, the Parks and Rec Board, et cetera, going down, who's going to be the liaison and who's going to drop off from the request? So Arts Council, David Shipley.
I can make this easy. I can drop off of both arts and energy based on other stuff that I'm doing now.
I can say with sustainability and natural resources, I mean, Councilor Whipple and I are both former members of that committee. I don't actually actively go to their Tuesday monthly meetings because I meet monthly with Don Jarvis and Isaac Paxman and occasionally with the mayor. And that's worked out fine. I check their notes and Don keeps me informed. So I don't need to. So Councilor Whipple, if you want to be attending that meeting on a regular basis, and then I would happily let you do that, and I stay informed by those other means. So, but the committee has not had a counselor there on a regular basis, which is probably in need of a change.
I was there this.
Yeah, see what I mean? See how good you are?
Yeah. Parks and Rec Board.
You can take me off Parks and Rec. Bill can take care of that.
Okay.
Okay with you? Oh, yeah.
There we go. Okay, and then the CDBG committees, Travis and Rachel.
Well, hold on here. I don't even remember throwing my hat in the ring on that.
I remember you putting your hat in the ring, Travis. It's a fine hat.
Travis, I think you were already there. I think that's why it's still there. Because you made a comment to me that you were willing to keep the ones you have, and so I just left you there.
Okay, well, if now those are two full separate committees. They're not meeting at the same time, and it's okay. Then maybe I guess, Mrs. Whipple, if you would like to, we can split these up. You take one, I'll take the other, or you can take them both. I'll be plenty busy, so you tell me how you want to approach this.
I don't know.
Are you passionate about them, or do you?
Can I just interject as a third party on this? I would like to see two different people. I think the CDBG is one area that expends a lot of money, that had a problem with an audit a few years ago, that I'm not worried about, but I would like two different eyes looking at it.
Which one would you recommend, me and Miss Whipple? Doesn't matter. Yeah. I just figured you knew me so well.
I have a preference for the Social Services Committee.
And I'm very general, so let's do that.
Mr. Chairman, suggestion. Rachel, I'm thinking we're loading you up pretty good for a first-year council member. I have some interest in TMAC if you would like to let go of another committee or board.
Yes, I'm happy to accept your assistance there.
All right. Moving down to non-city boards, Rachel Whipple has indicated she'd like to be on the work with downtown Provo. George Hanley, I didn't hear anything about Rock Canyon, but I assume you still want to be there.
That's not really a thing. I mean, Rock Canyon is a thing, but.
Who made that? Care to rephrase?
I mean, I think you can delete that whole thing actually, because I mean, I'm a member of the advisory committee, but I think well, I don't know. I guess you can, whatever. I don't think it matters.
I'm happy to take it off.
Okay. I'm going to continue to be going to any meetings they ask me to go to, so that's not an issue.
Shannon Ellsworth, you might want to talk to this, but you did indicate that this might be, wondered if this should be a staff role somewhere.
The Utah Valley Clean Air Task Force.
Yes.
Yeah, that's one where they don't really call on the counselor that attends. It's more of a forum for idea sharing and research sharing. And if the administration, it didn't, I'm trying to remember the context. Did we give funding for a full-time sustainability staffer last year? Can anyone answer that? I know that we had an FTE for parking coordinator, and I kind of thought we had a FTE for sustainability coordinator. Is that true or false?
It was not an FTE. I think it was a half and half. And at present, the sustainability coordinator is Hannah Salzel.
Then I honestly believe that staff would be able to get more out of that. because they're the ones that are working on these issues every day.
That's probably a good suggestion. I don't know if the mayor has a sense of whether she'd be able to, but I know she'd want to.
I've actually attended this a couple times, and is Ned Hill still the chair?
I believe so.
Yeah, I believe he is. But yeah, let us talk to Hannah. Maybe this will be one that she'll want to attend.
Just let everybody know we gotta wrap it up, Mr. Strachan.
I'm happy to continue on the solid waste district.
Okay. Mayor, the UMPA, Shannon Ellsworth and Rachel Whipple both expressed a desire to be with the Metropolitan Water Board.
And if Rachel feels really strongly about that, I'm fine to give her that role. If she's agnostic, I'm happy to serve in that role. I'm fine either way.
This is the thing that I feel most strongly about.
Okay. I also have a proposal, Chair, if you want a motion now for a new council committee to address water conservation.
Can we come back to that?
Yeah, let's
Okay.
come back to that.
So the last item on here then is the ULCT Legislative Policy Committee. By ULCT bylaws, the city can have up to 3, but if the board members, you can have 4. Right now, this past year, it's been Mayor Kafusi, Isaac, and then I thought it was David Harding, and now Shannon has expressed a desire to be there, and as well as Catrice. And so I didn't know if this would work where we have an alternate, or if we move not have an alternate and just put Catrice up here as the 4th member.
Last year, it was myself and Dave Harding.
Was it? Okay.
And the year before, it was myself and I'm not sure who else. But I'm happy to keep serving there. I'm at the Hill most days.
Mayor, do you have an opinion on this at all in terms of the numbers? I've never found anywhere where it defines who makes the decision, what is what, but it's always been kind of a combination of your office and ours.
Now, I think that's great because in the league now, with me being in leadership, I think the more eyes we have on what's going on, it helps. And then now everyone, Shannon and Catrice, can come and talk to me, and we can have a little bit of an inside touch on this rather than kind of just trying to comment and move the needle, not being able to. But I think now with both Shannon and Catrice, both of council members up there with myself and Isaac, that will be significant.
Okay. So moving back up, I understand, Councilor Ellsworth, you're going to have a motion to create another committee. Will that be an ad hoc committee?
Yeah, I think it should be an ad hoc committee, and I move that we create a new ad hoc committee, the Water Conservation Committee, and the mission statement or intent statement would be to prepare policy direction and legislative proposals that evaluate water consumption, promote water conservation, and mitigate impacts of drought. And I would volunteer to be chair, and I'm interested to know if anyone else is willing to serve there.
Hey, Cliff, she put it in the chat if you want to copy paste.
Good, okay. Let me grab it down there. Oh, can somebody, Malia, can you grab that? Because I'm on 2 different computers because of some technical issues here.
So your motion was for you to be chair, and then you were asking if anyone else was interested. So I guess let's start with the motion that so Ms. Ellsworth has made a motion that we have a water conservation committee and that she chair it. Is there a second? David Shipley, second. And now discussion of that motion.
I like the idea. I am interested, but my bandwidth has reached its max in terms of my ability to commit to other committees. So I'm a little concerned about not being able to be a part of that conversation, but I'm certainly supportive of anyone else who wants to be a part of it. I would love to have been a part of it, but I just don't feel like I can at this point. I was actually trying to reduce my committee assignments this year to be in leadership, and I just got put on the public art committee. So I'm feeling like, I mean, Ms. Ellsworth, I'm wondering, I mean, I have no objection to starting right away, but I mean, it seems like with the resiliency plan coming up and then a river and lake plan, I don't know, maybe that's too slow of a process to get going on some really important measures we could take right away with the summer coming up right away, for example. So maybe that's what you're thinking. I'm just assuming, and we have some water goals in and some water suggestions in the sustainability plan or resiliency plan at present that have been drafted. So it's not entirely clear to me that we wouldn't be tackling this anyway. Anyway, I'm just thinking loud.
I can speak to that if it's helpful. I think there are some immediate actions we should take, legislative actions, policy actions that are independent of and in some ways correlated to a river and lakes or a sustainability plan. But there's a lot of cities in Salt Lake County that have already taken strides beyond what we're doing. And so I'm ambitious and eager to catch up and to think regionally and act locally on water conservation and drought mitigation. It is the biggest issue at the state legislature this year. Normally it's one or two bills and now it's dozens. So we need to get on this sooner than later.
Well, I always appreciate Ms. Ellsworth's perspective on what she knows is going on up at the Hill. So let's go ahead. Any other comments, discussion on the motion? So let's go ahead and vote on the motion of creating the Water Conservation Committee with that mission statement and with Ms. Ellsworth as chair. All in favor? And Mrs. Whipple?
I'm in favor.
And Ms. Ellsworth?
Yes.
That is unanimous. Unless somebody wants to just jump on that right now, does anybody want to jump on that committee right now?
Well, I was going to say if I jumped on it right now, I would jump off of public art, if that's okay with the public art people. Okay. Then I will do that.
All right. So Cliff, down below, we have some not recommended, right? Down at the bottom.
Just other boards and stuff that you should know about that we do not have a liaison role.
So basically, unless somebody has a lot of passion and says, I really need to be involved in that, we would just leave it as is, right?
We'll touch them. Yep.
Okay.
And some of them you can't. So I think what we did is just wanted to show you all the boards and commissions that we have, and then make sure that the ones that a council member needs to be on or be liaising with, that we've covered that. And I think we've now done that with all of this information.
All right, let's scroll back up to the top. Let's make sure we have a chair and members for each of these boards and committees. And then also let everyone kind of count up the number that they've signed up for and make sure that they're comfortable with those. And then we can make a motion to adopt it. If anybody has any last minute changes or reservations. Or or regrets, buyer's remorse.
And then normally we just accept this by a motion of the council.
Okay. Does anyone, go ahead.
Why don't you take me off the Economic Development Committee? 2 people can handle that. Or Economic Development, yeah.
Yeah, let me find it.
Okay. All right. Anyone want to make a motion? Or go ahead, Mr. Fillmore.
Just an FYI, that there is some discussion that the new police chief want to put together a police advisory board for the community. And I have real interest in that. I would volunteer to be the council liaison to that if and when it happens.
Okay, we'll keep that in mind. Absolutely.
I make a motion that we adopt these committee and board assignments as indicated on the document in front of us.
I'll second that.
Second by Mr. Shipley. Any discussion of the motion? All right, we'll go ahead and vote. All in favor? Mrs. Whipple,
Yes.
Miss Ellsworth.
Yes.
Voting is unanimous. Good job, everyone. Thank you all for all the time you're going to put into those boards. Seriously, thank you. And thank you to staff for coordinating all that. All right, our final item of business. So we do have a closed meeting today, so we're going to kind of keep trying to move through this as quickly as possible. This is slated for 45 minutes, and that is not possible since we've got this this closed meeting. So this will be a discussion regarding redistricting adjustments to city council district maps. This will be presented by Cliff Strachan. And Cliff, maybe you could outline for us very clearly what we're trying to accomplish in this meeting, you know, knowing that we might have multiple kind of phases to this.
Yes, and very quick, just to aside, if Elizabeth could step in for a second, just tell us what time are we expecting guests for the closed meeting?
All the new board and commission appointments, I've told them 4:30, so they're anticipating joining the Zoom meeting at 4:30.
So realistically, we have 15 to 20 minutes. Thank you. All right, Lilia, you'll have to move pages for me. So to answer your question, really what we're down to is a question of, well, let's back up. The school district maps are already on redistricting.provo.org for input. And as of Thursday, they had 14 submissions. They probably have more since then. But Provo, we've held off because the council, with its 5 and 2 format of 5 districts and 2 citywide, which we've had since 2003, there had been council had asked for a discussion of whether to keep that format or change it to another format. And some of those other options include a 7 district or a 4+3 or a 7 at large or some other combination. Next slide. So really what we want today is to really quickly go over and talk about the problems that we think you've asked to solve. And you know, if possible, if you're ready, you can make a decision on it. If you're not, then we can delay some longer. But there were 4 basic questions. Where do citywide councilors and candidates reside? What are the costs to run campaigns citywide versus districts? How does voter turnout differ between the two? And what are the pros and cons of both types? And I think the premise is that is a sense that there is more representation from one part of the city over others, and whether that's a good or a bad thing. That's for you to help to decide. So we've tried to answer each of these questions. Next slide. We wanted to show you where your citywide councilors and candidates have resided. The 7 purple items, dots, are the existing council members right now. I will note that one in the far upper right and the one in the far left are both citywides. All of the green ones represent all of the other citywides that have been elected in the past 20 years. And then all of the yellow items are past citywide candidates who did not get elected. So you'll see that even though there's a predominance of citywides in the north section, they have been elected from other parts of the city, and we've had candidates from around the city. And I think the data will show you, will explain why you have that sense of a disparity. Move down to the next. So where do they come from? What we found going back is that 2/3 of them come from District 1. And then a quarter of them have come back from District 3, which is down the south, and then District 4 had the most recent one. And part of that, as we'll go through, is you're going to discover the voting patterns are much higher in District 1 and District 4 compared to others. So next slide. And then one of the questions we had, or what are the problems we're solving, is, what is the cost? And so John Magnus was, who's worked on a lot of campaigns, has said that when they're evaluating campaigns, what they look at is the cost per vote. And so to provide us some comparison between the mayor and the citywide, or sort of between citywide and the district, we also wanted to see how citywide compared to a mayor's race. And what we found was that the winner's cost is quite high in an open contest, less so when there's an incumbent running. And then you can see on the chart, I don't have to read it to you, but you can see on the chart what the different costs are for each vote in each area. But one thing to recognize, and we do, is that the mayor and citywide races have an absolute higher cost because they do cover the whole city. Councillor Ellsworth?
I'm sorry, this was a question for the previous slide. I don't want to interrupt when we're short on time, though. And then as well, the map. Was there any plotting of where mayoral candidates or elected mayors live?
We did not.
A citizen said to me that 8 mayoral elections since 1990 shows that all winning candidates lived in District 1 in Northeast Provo.
That's probably true. I mean, the last 4 elections with John Curtis and Mayor Kaufusi, they're all in the north, and I don't know where the others resided, but I would not be surprised if that's the case. Okay. And we didn't look at that specifically. Next slide. Anyway, there's the cost. One thing that John did a lot of this, pretty much all of this crunching of numbers, but one of the things that we discovered was that challengers to an incumbent end up paying more than double of what the incumbent pays in order to try and get name recognition and collect enough votes to overcome the incumbency. Next slide. So how does the voter turnout differ between citywide and districts? One of the things that we looked at was district registration as a percentage of citywide registration. And you can see in each of these years in that top box, how much of the voter registration shows up across the city by district. And then if you look down this bottom box, you'll see voter turnout as a percentage for all ballots cast. And then if you compare the two, what you'll notice is that District 1 has a higher percentage of ballots cast than their percentage of voter registration. In other words, they outperform what their voter registration is, and that's because districts like 2 and 5 underperform. District 4 has been getting stronger over time, but that's really the reality. One of the challenges, and I'm not going to go into the detail here unless you ask for, to go into it, and then I'll ask John to answer your questions, but we looked at the precincts, and most of the precincts, if you looked at the city and you looked at the map, what you'd find is that if you took a swath from roughly Grandview and Carterville and all that, went across River Bottoms and District 1 and then down that far right side, is you'll find that that's where the precincts are that more predominantly outvote the rest of the city. And so there's partly a reason why more voters are represented by District 1 than others. And looking at the campaign a couple of years ago when David Shipley was elected, I think one of the reasons why, looking at the numbers, one of the reasons why he won, and he won against the District 1 candidate, in other words, someone who lived up in that area. But part of it, I think, is he had 2 elements of support. One is his message resonated with the folks who live in District 1, and he also appealed to the West Side voters who were looking for representation. I think that those are 2 components of what contributed to his win. And as John and I talked about the different data that we looked at, one of the challenges we think is that so long as some of the central districts of the city underperform in terms of their vote versus their registration, you're going to continue to see a sense of strength from those areas to the north of the city.
Cliff, a quick question about District 2. Well, I can get this in here. I know our discussion time is short, but District 2, my district, has the highest voting precinct in the city, but it has the lowest as well, or several lowest, because of the student population. And I was talking with John earlier. I don't know. I mean, I've always felt like my district is unfortunately small, but in reality, right? I mean, in terms of the population numbers, it's not. But I'm wondering if there's a way to divide up the student population where its drag on voter turnout isn't so disproportionately placed on District 2, and where there would be, maybe in a way that eases some of the or balances some of the strengths that we're seeing, say, in District 1. So, I mean, I don't know if District 1 maybe that's too much like gerrymandering, but is there a way in which the distribution of the student population could be spread a little bit differently so that it's not so disproportionately affecting District 2? And I say that actually, I think it would be a harder contest. So I'm not saying that out of self-interest. I feel somewhat guilty about how relatively small the space was that I had to do my campaigning in compared to other districts. I mean, I tried with the students, don't get me wrong. I was a professor. I thought, well, if I can get 200 students to vote for me, that's a big plus. And I'm sure everyone has dreams about getting students to vote, and we continue to want to get them more involved. But the reality is, I don't think it'll ever be, District 2 will always be very different in its voting behavior than the other districts as a result, unless there was some way to share that, spread that out a little bit.
George, let me answer this in a couple of ways. One is, let me give you all a little perspective. So the precinct that you're talking about is has BYU and Pleasant View in it. It has about 10,000 people in
10 votes
in that area, and a district. So a 7-member district this time. You're talking about 16,000 people in a district. And in a 5-district council, you're talking about 23,000 people in residents in a district. And yet the challenge is that the county defines what the precincts are. The time has already passed. Our IS folks, Phil and Stan, both made an effort to try and get the county to cut up some of the precincts to make them more usable and logical. And we still ended up with some that we're shaking our heads over, and that's one of them. Another one is the very bottom one that's in Shannon Ellsworth area that crosses the railroad tracks, has no physical sense of continuity in terms of road or path or anything to it to get into the bottom end of the city where the East Bay is. And yet that's one district. So we tried to make some changes and we couldn't get them through. So for the next 10 years, you're stuck.
Okay.
But yeah, that 10,000 block precinct is a real problem because the precincts, remember, are based on voter registrations. And so you still have somewhere between 5 and 1,250 registered voters there. It's just that they block 10,000 people into it. And it makes it really tough to draw anything around BYU without somebody getting stuck with a high population, low voter turnout because of that group. Next slide. So this other one shows a little bit more about some voter turnouts. And if you get down into the nitty gritty, one of the things you'll discover is that again, it just shows you the disproportionate weighting of some precincts as they apply to the districts versus others. Next slide. This one also, John played with this one. He probably explained it to you better, but my understanding of it is that he was trying to show that for the 5-district format and the 7-district format, the minimum number of votes based on recent elections that it would take to get elected. And you can see, as you look down at the line that says percentage of population for minimum majority, you only need so many percent of the city voting to elect someone in a district, and it's a bit of a challenge. And you can see that most of these numbers are smaller than what you've got on a 5-member district. Next slide. And yeah, Shannon just put a note in the chat, but John and Karen and Malia did a really wonderful job pulling all this materials together, and you can get lost looking at the data that they've been through. So then what are the pros and cons? And this is these actually come from a separate item that was in the, or a separate document that we put in your format. There's some pros and cons for both. Pros for all at large, or fewer limitations. You can focus on the entire city. You don't have to redraw boundaries. Voters can vote for every council member. It's found to improve gender diversity, but the cons are part of the cities can be unrepresented. Communities of interest, often known as found to be minorities, tend to be overlooked. Harder, more expensive to run for office, and potential for creating voting blocks. Next. We looked at all separate districts. You can see there's smaller individual districts. Does ensure geographic representation. There's better representation for communities of interest, can be more responsive to the unique concerns of their constituents. Constituents feel that they have a specific council member to reach out to or hold accountable. It's easier and cheaper to run for office. The downside, districts can be redrawn with each census. Each district can vote for only one representative. You can be focused more on the district than the city as a whole, which can result in more infighting. Even with better minority representation, that district may still be underserved by the rest of the council. And how the boundaries are drawn can have a huge impact, particularly since precincts are based in registered voters and districts must balance an actual population. Next one, and this is where we're at now. The pros: each resident votes for more than one council representative, and in fact, it's been noted that in a 5 and 2. You actually vote for 3 members of council and the mayor. So you actually have, you can take the view that you're represented by 4 people that you vote for. In a 4 and 3, a majority of the council is voted for, and it used to be a 4 and 3. It also balances the pros and cons of the other 2 systems, and multiple opportunities for people to run for office from one area. And we were talking about the staff level and how that works. If you have an incumbent that's very popular in your area, but you want to serve on the council, you have a better chance sometimes running for a citywide spot than you do running against a strong incumbent if you want to have that opportunity. The cons: possible for one area of the city to have more representation, as we've seen, and then we have some larger individual districts. And so those are your pros and cons. I will note that my understanding, when we went from 4 and 3 to 5 and 2, one of the reasons was that they wanted to have more representation in the center part of the city, which is what you do have now. Next slide. So these are the conclusions. District 1 does have an oversized influence on the outcome. Part of that is because they participate in greater numbers. District 4 continues to grow and may become a counter to District 1. Districts 2 and 5 underperformed. If the council goes to 7 districts, John's numbers suggest that participation may fall further. And part of the reason is because the numbers for the 7 districts that we have, that we do have, are actually based on the fact that school district runs on the same cycle as the higher levels of government. And so there's more of a draw to the vote. We know that precinct data creates large disparities and a limited ability to smooth voting patterns. The cost per vote is higher for district seats, but they do have, but the citywides do have a higher absolute cost. And then open seats are more expensive than incumbent seats, with challengers to incumbents spending twice as much. Next one. And so these are the questions that we have now for you. What do you want to do? Do you want to maintain the status quo? Do you want to change the format? And if so, what does that look like? Do you want to refer a recommendation to the public? If you want to maintain the status quo, are you ready to proceed with redistricting now, or do you want to wait for later? So I return this back over to you, Mr. Chair, and to see what the council wants to do. The next slide, if we need it, is just a refresher on what the current timeline is. If you did decide to jump into that timeline, you still could. We would have only lost 8 days since we launched the redistricting, but plenty of time to get more maps in and follow the cycle.
Yeah, so that's my question. You know, we have a closed meeting. How much can we really accomplish here in 5 minutes? So Cliff, I guess, what do you want to do as far as trying to push something here right now, or, you know, you presented the info, let's chew on it and let's come back at another meeting?
Be fine with us. And as far as, you know, it really just comes down to, is the council, is there enough support on the council that wants to look at something different, or is the council already decided on the status quo?
Okay, let's go ahead, and anybody who has questions, so we won't do any sort of debate right now or anything like that, but let's go ahead and ask questions, get those out of the way. George was first, and then we'll go to Ms. Shipley.
My question for Cliff or John is the incumbency factor. I mean, it seems like in city elections, incumbency really is a pretty serious obstacle, maybe more so. I don't know if it's more than at the national level, but I'm curious to know, my vague impression has always been that incumbency is not as strong in the citywide seats, in part because the citywide seats invite more competitors just generally. And because they're citywide, there's maybe not quite as much of a tight relationship with the district that some of the district seats end up having. And so I'm wondering if there's a disparity between citywide and district in terms of the strength of incumbency. One way to measure that might also be how many uncontested elections ended up in district seats versus, I'm not aware of a single citywide seat that's been uncontested. So I'm wondering, my biggest reservation, as much as I like a lot of the pros to the seven district model, my biggest reservation is what you alluded to, the sort of the reduction of voter participation, and maybe even a reduction in opportunities for good candidates to run, because people are blocked off by incumbents who won't go away and can't get budged out of the way because it's too expensive and too hard, and people know them too well and don't want to ruin their friendship or whatever.
It was 98. It's been a while since there was a incumbent beaten on any level.
Who defeated Stan?
The councilor got in trouble, Steve Turley.
It was Turley.
No kidding.
Yeah, Turley defeated him. But you do have a point. Mr. Fillmore did run for an open seat in District 1. He ran unopposed, which is unheard of. But the district races do have more unopposed when there's incumbents in there. You ran unopposed, Mr. Hanley. So that does play a factor in people's decision to run. Rule of thumb in campaigns is if you're going to run an incumbent, you have to outspend them 2-1. That's just a general rule in campaigning. So if you spend 5,000 as incumbent, your opponent's going to have to spend at least 10,000.
Really nothing for us to do about incumbency. I mean, you can't restrict incumbency.
Yeah. No, I'm not suggesting, but
Mr. Shipley.
Yeah, so if we, sorry to throw a kink or wrinkle in this, but if you had 6-1, would it allow for the population of the west side, west of I-15, to have their own?
It would make it easier to create a west side seat. We can create a west side seat that anchors District 4, meaning they'd have the power to elect or unelect.
I've run the numbers. The west side can only have their own seat if there's 7.
Yeah.
Because we have 123,000 people, and you have to have, and the west side has 16,000. And there's no way, 6 and 1 gives them 20,000, a little over 20,000 in each district. So the only way to get there is if there's 7. Now, I want to throw this out there that I have run some numbers and figured out a way that we could have the west side and Grandview and not separate the west side, not dilute, they feel like their influence is diluted because they're chopped up between different districts and all that. So there's some things we can do there, but we can talk offline about that or at another meeting.
So, I mean, the point obviously is that if we're in a hold, if we have to have hold for 10 years, right? And most of the growth or at least new housing units is going to, the new family creation is going to happen on the west side, with the land that gets developed out. I just think 10 years is a long way to, long time to wait for a part of the city that, already feels
Right.
the
I did create a
representation's off.
seats for the west side that they anchor. They don't control it solely. There's going to be some east side of the freeway would have to be into part of the Grandview neighborhood. But as they grow, their percentage of the registered voters will grow. So
Yeah.
eventually, in 10 years, they could be the majority of the vote. But there's nothing in the academic research that says when you create council seats for this type of purpose, they actually are going to function that way. It's just the opposite. It shows that they don't necessarily function that way. If there's somebody from the east side that they like, they're going to vote for them over someone from the west side.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Ellsworth?
Ms. Ellsworth.
Yeah, I just think it's interesting that earlier we had a conversation about the general plan, and there's a statement in the general plan about underrepresentation on the west side, and that's a sentiment I think we've all heard. And then I feel that in other parts of the city. And then on these maps, it seems to indicate that there is somewhat of a consolidation of representation in one part of the city. And that's not even factoring in previous or current mayoral candidates or officials. So I'm hoping that staff before our next conversation would factor in the locations of current and previous mayors. Because we're not the only elected official that citizens can appeal to or that represents citizens. But yeah, I think that could help expand the conversation, especially where every mayor from the last 10 years or something, 10 plus years, has been from that part of town. And then half the citywide officials as well, citywide council officials. Anyways, it just seems like there's an imbalance, and I hope that we can get to the root of that. I think this just demonstrates why, but let's keep having conversations about how that impacts citizens and services and quality.
One caution about bringing the mayor's race in, we could look at it, and it's pretty easy to add in, would be that is a different type of race. That's more an executive body race, a little different dynamic playing in there. But we will bring it in, to qualify it is there's going to be a little different way of how they decide on those candidates and choose those candidates from the legislative candidate. But we can bring it in and show you the data, the vote turnout. It's going to probably mirror the same. It's still going to be that swath of precincts starting over Grandview, working up north into the south side of District 1, and then into Mr. Hanley's precinct 36, which is on the very east side of his district, will control the votes. Just to let you know, 25% of the precincts, so it's a quarter of your precincts, which is 11, control 54% of the voter turnout. So that is a very hard thing to crack, especially when you're talking about a mayor's race. You're never going to be able to crack that block. If they're going to vote in a certain direction, they're going to vote in a certain direction.
We do need to close. I'm going to let Mrs. Whipple ask her question, and then we'll have to revisit this. Cliff?
Yeah, we're fine.
I was just wondering if there ends up being some sort of a virtuous cycle in the Northeast area where you have candidates who are successful, and so then they're more well-known, you get better voter turnout amongst those people because their people win. If that's a cycle that is amplifying the difference in voter turnout in the area.
There's a counterpoint to that, of course. I speak from District 1. But if you have a district, any district for that matter, that has a higher number of registered voters and a higher number of voter turnout, why in the world would we want to convert a civic virtue into a liability?
All right, thanks, everyone. Thank you, John and staff. Great numbers. Awesome.
Can I just make
George.
one quick comment? We have talked about getting greater participation in voting as one of our goals. I think part of our problem that is dealing with the low voter turnout and uneven voter turnout in the city, which isn't necessarily solved by redrawing lines. I think there's another issue at stake here about people feeling enfranchised or not in our city, and what we can do to educate and inform and invite people to participate in democracy. That shouldn't be something that we lose sight of in all of this discussion.
Can I ask for one quick request from staff? And maybe there could be an evaluation on what factors are correlated with voter turnout. And then we could start to get at the root of voter turnout.
We'll plan on, subject to the chair's direction, of course, but we'll plan on having a further discussion at the next work meeting.
Okay, thank you. So at this point, where's Mr. Jones? We lost him. A closed meeting has been requested. And I don't know the jargon.
I don't either.
We need to know.
Mayor, do we know what the reason for it was?
Is Brian present in the chamber?
No.
For boards and commissions to meet the folks that'll be appointed.
Character and
Mhm.
competency.
And then an update from our chief of police.
On security issues.
Issues related to this. So there's a closed meeting has been requested that relate to character and competency of certain individuals and issues related to the security of the city.
And a legal
Is this by
update.
unanimous consent, or does somebody make a motion? Would somebody like to make a motion to close the meeting?
Mr. Chair, there's a third item in there, and that is pending, a report on pending litigation.
Also litigation. The motion was made by Mr. Fillmore and the second by David Shipley. And is there any discussion of the motion? If not, we will go ahead and do we vote on this? Okay, we'll go ahead and vote on this. All in favor? Ms. Ellsworth
Yes.
and Mrs. Whipple.
Yes.
That is unanimous. We will close the meeting and see y'all there in 2 minutes.